I grew up hating the United States, and I still do in a lot of ways. But you just get so sick of the shit here. And it's not the United States, because what's great about this country is the people, the land, normal Americans, we're beautiful people. We most of us live very simple lives, more or less. And we just have our friends and our families, and we don't need much. Americans are cool people, but it's our politicians, man. Our politicians, we are the worst. Maybe not the worst, but we're definitely very corrupt. And nowadays we're so propagandized, and this country is just intentionally making us at a dis-ease. That's why I've always hated this country, is because the people that run it are constantly unallowing you to be free, ironically, in the country of freedom. You're not allowed to be free because it's just not allowed, and what I mean by that, they put you at a dis-ease, is that there's this constant culture war that is being puppeteered as a way to always have this flood of chaos in the streets. Because if there's this flood of chaos in the streets, then people are distracted. I think the governments are willing to sacrifice burning cities and upside down police cars and all this kind of stuff. They're willing to tolerate this because it allows them to maintain the power structure. They're actually orchestrating it. A lot of these things that we're experiencing in the US right now, like all these different sort of these scuffles we're all having with each other based on ideas and all of that, this is actually being like released. It's not organic. These things aren't organically flowing through us. We're not all fighting with each other and all all the stuff that's sort of tidal waving around the world from the US. It's not our fault, but we are too busy bickering with each other to really focus on what the root of the problem is. And the root of the problem is just corrupt politicians and corrupt corporations. There's actually not a difference. Lots of these politicians are working for corporations. America is actually a giant corporation, maybe like 4 corporations, it seems like. Nestle. I live in Michigan, and Nestle comes here to Michigan, and they steal everything. They steal all our resources here. But hey, life's beautiful. Somewhere beyond all of that, there's beauty. But when I'm traveling to other countries, like living in India or even Mexico, or even I've been to Canada, I've been to a lot of different countries, and it always there's something about going to another country, like where you're like, oh, America's not that bad, when you see like how bad some of these other countries are. But then you also get to see what America lacks. Something I find that really lacks in American culture is this sense of community. Like, although we all live with each other, we all have neighbors and stuff like that, we don't have a true sense of community. Maybe in like more rural country areas, and maybe it's just where I live, I don't know like what it's like where you live in the States, but I feel like when I go to a place like Mexico or India, it's just so communal. Everyone knows each other. There's always activities, and it seems like the cities and the communities intentionally create spaces to enhance this. I feel like we don't really have much of that. Like in Mexico City, there's just parks everywhere. Every little community, every neighborhood has a park, and it's got like a gym, it's got a playground, it's got like a dog park, it's got vendors selling stuff, and not to mention all like the constant festivals and celebrations and holidays. And we have that, I guess, too, Like Americans find a lot of excuses to party. We celebrate other countries' holidays, like fucking Irish holidays and stuff. So I don't really know what I'm saying, but welcome back. It feels good. It feels good to be back home, boys. I'm ready to get some work done, get my YouTube channel back up and rolling. I've been traveling since March. So yeah, what is it? March, April, May, June, July, August. That's like 6 months or something, right? So it's like I've only uploaded, I think, like 4 or 5 videos in that time, maybe 1 video a month or something. So it'll be nice to get back on my game, start doing these live streams. I'll try to do a live stream each day while I'm here. I leave in a month. I have a retreat in Mexico next month, and I still have a spot open. I think I only have 1 spot or 2 spots open. If any of y'all would like to join, it obviously costs money, but it's like 7 days. You get to hang out with me and your mate Tom, and we road trip from the jungle, or from the mountains down into the jungle. And it'll be fun. I lead an interesting life. I guess all life is interesting, but yeah, it's weird, man. You know, I was talking to my friend Davey earlier, who I've done a couple podcasts with, and was just like saying how you find yourself in such strange rooms when you seize opportunities. We have so many opportunities that we just that we don't take because of our own anxieties, because of our own self-doubt, because of our own laziness. But you know, I always think of like how I've met such interesting people, Ram Dass, Duncan Trussell. You know, I've spoken with people like Tommy Chong, Alex Gray, and Alan Watts' son, Dennis McKenna. I've had such interesting conversations and interesting people pop up into my life because I don't really know. I don't know how it's happening, but I just reach for it. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out. And it's just interesting what happens if you're persistent in just seeing what happens. You know what I mean? Just like, fuck it. Let's just throw some bait out there and see if anything takes a bite. And none of us really do that in life. And I feel like people always say to me, like, wow, man, you're like, it's cool that like the life that you live, you know, you're so blessed. And I feel like, you know, obviously I'm blessed to be able to live the life that I've lived so far, but I don't feel special. I just feel like people don't realize the power they have, you know? Like, especially if you live in the United States, or if you have an internet connection, you have such an opportunity to share something with the world. And there's so many people watching the internet that someone somewhere will hear you. And you can make amazing connections through that. And you can just find such amazing opportunities to take that will allow you to chase whatever you're looking for in life. Is here, you know, and the power to do all of it is inside of you. And, you know, we were talking, me and Davey again, we're talking about my friend James. I have this friend James who I grew up with. Shout out James McAdams. This is my homie, one of my oldest friends. And we grew up just around the block from each other. And once we kind of grew up and progressed into our teenagers and our late teenagers, early 20s, he was getting addicted to drugs. I think he was addicted to Vicodin. Very bad, you know, like I was just like waiting to hear he was dead any day. And he just decided to quit one day after he got real, you know, he was bad. You know, I think he might have even overdosed and ended up in the hospital. And he just quit that day. after years. I mean, he was addicted for years and years and years and years. And he never did it again after he made that commitment. And I remember him talking to him and him making that commitment, like, I'm done. And he smoked cigarettes and he smoked weed and, probably still partied a little bit, but quit the addiction that he had. And then, he kind of changed it for cigarettes. And I remember him being like, you know what, man, I'm addicted to cigarettes and I don't want to be. And he just quit. And he just never did it again. And then recently, he was like, you know what, man, I feel like I'm addicted to weed. I've just been like chasing these different addictions and I'm just done. And then he just quit. And I've always admired how when he made a decision, he would commit to the decision. And it was just making me think, like, man, we have so much power inside of us that we don't even tap into unless we're desperate. That power is inside of. He can do anything he wants. He can live any life. You know how hard it is to quit these sort of addictions? And he has done it in his life over and over and over again. And maybe it's been slowly, but like, it's in him to do that. But he's my homie, and I would say he doesn't even realize his power he has inside of him. But we all have this power to live any kind of life that we want. But most of us just don't tap into this power until we are desperate, until we are like at the bottom. Then we see our strength. But you can learn to harness this casually. You can see these windows, these opportunities in life to do what you want to do. Whatever it is you want to do, you want to travel the world or something, you just start looking for the opportunities to help that dream become real. You can do it, man. I'm telling you. All of us have such deep, strong power inside of us. And it's just waiting. It's just lingering in there while we're like just pretending to be this sad, lost thing. But you're not some sad little sausage lost in an infinite universe of decaying matter, which one day will be dust. You are something so deep. You are an energetic Shakti power. You are the disco Atma come to life, this mosh pit of atoms, just temporarily manifesting itself into whatever song your life is, whatever it is for you right now. And there's so much power in that, and we just don't realize it. Can I get a hallelujah? Oh, oh, oh. Disco mosh pit. Yeah, you're all a mosh pit of atoms, just spinning around. Spinning around and spinning around and spinning around like a fan that's going so fast that it actually starts to look solid. Like, holy shit, that fucking fan it just looks there's no fan even moving. That's what we are. We are energy spinning so fast that we have become solid. We are the primordial bang of the original Big Bang vibrating itself into solid matter. People always talk about the Big Bang like it's something that happened forever. The Big Bang happened 14 billion years ago, and it's been slowly condensing, creating this, and then slowly bubbling, life began to form, and it's not over. The Big Bang is still happening. You are the vibrational echo of the Big Bang. You have so much power inside of you, man. You can do anything you want in this world. That's why you're here. So, like, don't fall for these stupid traps of the media that are trying to just steal your attention, trying to grab your disco atma, your soul. They're trying to disrupt your mosh pit, your game, so that you focus on their game. Look over here. It's sleight of hand, man. They're David Blaine in you. You're getting Chris Angeled. They're doing whatever they want over here, extracting your money, extracting your life force through forcing you into these conditions. Like, man, imagine this, right? There's an infinite universe out there full of planets, life, plants, fish, insects, wind blowing patterns into fields, mountain tops with sunsets, and humans that have pulled themselves from the caves, climbed down from the trees, and built civilizations, moved mountains. And now fast forward, here we are, slaving away on a planet that we can no longer afford, which was once given to us by our own birthright. Our divine place on this planet has been taken from us. We have been forced into a condition which we have to sacrifice our life force for this system that doesn't even represent us, that doesn't care for us, that doesn't want us to know who we are. So, hey, all you have to do is remember. That's my message in this world. Remember the mystery, and remember that you are the mystery. That's all you have to do. Fuck all this other shit. Fuck all this identity, whatever identity you think you are that has you sad, stumbling through life. Drop it. You are not that. You are something incredible. You are something so unspeakable that people make religions trying to talk about it. So, hey, what to do? What to do, man? All we can do is drink juice. I said juice, not Jews, just for the record. Let me take a hit of this. What else we got over here? Do you want to do 5-MeO DMT together? No. I would like you to do it though. I would love for you to go on that journey, but I don't necessarily want to do it with strangers. Less sausage, more magic, more mystery, more Rey Mysterio. I tried to hook up my light so I could illuminate the background like normal. I tried to hook up my camera so I could use that as the webcam like normal. But I can't figure none of this shit out anymore. This camera doesn't work with this laptop anymore. I gotta switch to my old laptop. My projector won't face the right way. So I've got some reacclimation to do now that I'm back in the D, in the dirty Detroit. Are you planning to stay on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, until there's an alternative. It's interesting. They say TikTok is going to become bigger than YouTube. I don't know if I believe it, but I read that somewhere. I don't really use TikTok. I almost said pickpock. Jesus. Have you ever wondered why you are you and not someone else? Yeah, I was just on mushrooms a week ago in Thailand, and I made a video about it. I was live streaming, right? I'm with just my phone, just walking around. I thought it'd be funny to live stream, just talking, sharing thoughts like I'm doing now, but mushroom thoughts. And I was just looking at this puddle, and it looks so orange. I was like, man, this fucking puddle is so goddamn orange. And I was just like, man, there's something living in that puddle, and that's its whole life. Its whole existence is just this puddle on this random road in this random Thailand village in the mountains in the north near Myanmar. There's this little puddle that I'm just stepping over. Certainly there's some bacteria in there, some tadpoles, something just living in this puddle. And I could have easily been born whatever that thing is, living in that puddle. And maybe in some dimension I am. That's why I recognized it, Maybe in some dimension I was the thing in the puddle looking back at myself, looking down at the puddle. Who knows, man? This universe is so weird. But yeah, I do think about that. I totally think about like, man, I could have easily been born anything. Why was I born this? And why do I feel like me? I feel like a me. I feel so separate from everything. I like what I like. Some people don't like that. What I like isn't good for some things, Like, I don't know, like, maybe I have like leather shoes or something, like my Doc Martens, they're probably leather, right? Some cow had to die for that. So like what I like, something else maybe doesn't like. So there's this individual aspect of this reality. And why am I this one? Why am I this one? Why am I not you typing in this chat? Or am I, That's what's so weird. It's like, on one level, I'm totally me and you're totally you. But on another level, like we're here in the same place, experiencing the same moment right now. There's like a undeniable connection in which we don't really we don't notice that normally. It's another way to notice reality. There's levels to reality. There's different ways you can look at it, and they're all true. And that's a true one, is that there is another level where the separation starts to merge, like you're turning down the opacity on a photoshopped image, and the two people start to fade into this one experience, which is what is actually happening right now and actually happening in all moments. So it's like consciousness is existing in multiple realities at one time. And we do this intellectually, or maybe not intellectually, but we do this in a way that is aware in our own lives, if you think about it. You live in multiple realities at once daily. Think about when you're daydreaming. Say like I'm daydreaming right here. You're working, you're at school, maybe you're even driving, right? Driving is a good example because we're all aware when we're driving. If someone turns their blinker on, they're getting over. You're aware of it. But you're also not even there. Sometimes. You're not even there. And then all of a sudden you're home and you're like, holy shit, how did I wasn't even there. I was on like autopilot that whole time, just daydreaming my way through. But we also do this like when we're bored. Boredom takes us to an altered state of awareness. We don't recognize it as this, but boredom is actually an entrance into a shamanic experience. Boredom. Think about it. To me, a shamanic experience is is it's an expansion of consciousness where you are no longer anchored to this one state of awareness where it's, whatever it is, your thoughts or our normal state of consciousness. But boredom takes us to the daydream state where we are creating worlds of imagination, thinking of the past, thinking of the future, thinking of a dimension that exists in an ethereal state of flickering synapses within our mind, somehow creating this mental whatever it is. But if someone walks in front of you or someone bumps into you, you're totally aware, you know what's going on, you know if someone's going to walk in front of you, you know if someone's talking, but you are in two places at once. So we do this in our normal life. We live in multiple places at once in our normal life, and it seems like consciousness is actually living in infinite places at once, but we don't have the intellectual capacity to like fully grab it all at once. It's like we can only live in 1, 2, 3 at a time. But like mushrooms, this was another interesting thing I just experienced on my previous mushroom experience in Thailand, was looking at this tree, and I was just like, I could see so many things, so many different layers, infinite ways for me to perceive this moment. And I was able to just like hold them all at once, like this Dragon Ball in the palm of my hand, just like having this power where I was just like, I get it. But I can't talk about it, because for me to talk about it means that I have to focus on one of them. And if I focus on one of them, I lose the power. So I just have to feel it. You can't talk about it, because if you talk about it, that's bringing you back down into this dense state of awareness. This is why the psychedelic space is not really something you can talk about. It's an experience. It's a feeling. It's a seeing. I can't show you what I am looking at. You can't see the world through my eyes. You have to just do it. And when you do it, these things unlock in your brain where you just say, holy shit, like, dude, this fucking knowledge and power and data processing and like these thoughts, this whole thing is just in me. And I had no idea. But this mushroom reveals such depths of who you are. It's like, dude, you thought you were this little thing, and like, holy shit, you are an entire universe. You thought you were a speck of sand on a planet, but really you are an entire constellation. Some more juice. Some more weed. The mushroom is the one, man. The mushroom is a deity of this planet. You know, I've struggled with mythology for a long time, because it seems kind of like we are a scientific, literate, rational civilization. We don't entertain these sort of ideas. But I've released that. I am entertaining these ideas that there is actually a spiritual dimension, and this spiritual dimension is what the mythological structure is pointing towards. There's so many patterns in mythology that says there is like a limitation to human creativity. Or maybe not a limitation, but there is some parameters in which most humans are tapping into to get their ideas. There's so many patterns that are throughout unrelated civilizations that say something. There is like something the human spirit is trying to say. There's something in all humans that is pointing towards something, and we don't even know what it is. This is happening unconsciously. We are unconsciously waking up to whatever experience we have, and the thoughts that we have when we wake up, they're pretty similar, and it's very interesting. And some of those things is things like just like, man, there's a right way to live in this human incarnation. There's a right way to live while you're here on this planet. And while you're here on this planet, take a second to just realize that God is real. And that doesn't mean that there's some man in the sky. It doesn't mean that Jesus or Muhammad or the prophets or any of this. But what it means is that there is an intelligence. That our intelligence we are not the source of our intelligence. That there is an intelligence, a super consciousness, like being in all places at once, that we can experience ourselves, right? There is something bigger that we are a part of. And I believe that it's aware of us. And I also believe that there are more intelligences like us on this planet, and one of those is the mushroom. And I believe that we seem to have roles within our ecosystem. We live in an ecosystem. Humans are a part of this planet. In the same way that, if you understand evolution, everything works together and co-evolves. The things that don't seem to co-evolve fizzle out. They don't make it. But the things that work together, they make it. You think about humans cultivating plants. So these plants become more sweeter or more whatever, to attract humans so that they ensure their survival to be planted forever. Like corn. Corn has a symbiotic relationship with humans, and it's now going to live as long as humans live. So there seems to be positions that are just naturally placed. The earth just happens, and there's this thing happening and this thing happening and things coming, things going, but there is like structure to this, and everything has its little place. And I believe that the mushroom is aware. The mushroom is a super intelligence on this planet. The fungi is the oldest, most ancient being on this planet. I believe the oldest fossils we have of life is fungus. It's like 2 billion years old. I think it's before maybe even like water life. Surely there was bacteria and stuff like that, but maybe it's the first land life. The first land life, I believe, was the mushroom. And we evolved from that. So there is some sort of connection, symbiotic relationship between the human being and the mushroom, the psychedelic mushroom, particularly. Or maybe all mushrooms. Maybe all mushrooms are super intelligences since they've been here for so long. Think about all the things that these mushrooms have, the database of evolutionary and biological knowledge of their lineage. It's the oldest lineage, and humans come from that. We are of that evolutionary chain. We are fungal bodies, the human body. So, where does this intelligence come from? Our intelligence. Are we the only ones that have it? That would be pretty crazy if we were the only ones that had this depth of self-awareness. Most of us believe aliens exist, so we don't think that we are the only ones that have this intelligence in the whole universe, right? And maybe octopuses, octopi, they seem to have some kind of intelligence. Dolphins are aware. If you have a dog that's your best friend, you know your dog has some sort of self-awareness. So what does it mean when you start to look around the world and you see that intelligence exists, that awareness exists? Where does it come from? I think that there is a big source And I think I don't know what to call it, a billion names for it, and none of which will ever be able to say what it is. God, Shiva, Buddha, the Tao, Christ. But there is something that our souls are connected to. There's like an eternal part of the universe, right? Think about the universe. It just goes on forever, some say. Or they say maybe there's a wall, but there can't just be a wall, right? And it can't just go on forever. So there's some sort of paradox of space that we are within. And I don't know what I'm trying to say. I guess it's just I feel like there is some eternal aspect of the universe where it didn't start with the Big Bang, because I feel like time has no origin. How can time have an origin? It can't. Time exists even if there's not some conscious person to experience it. It still has to exist. Time seems to be an inherent quality of the universe. Some people say time doesn't exist, but time exists. Time means change. There is change happening in this world. But it's forever changing. Forever. So there's no origin. It's a circle. It's a fractal going into itself infinitely. It's like a spiral just going and going and going and going. So time exists, but it has no start, no beginning, no end, no middle. It's just... So we are within time. And us being here in this space and time means that we are also a part of that infinite spinning fractal that is eternal. So there is a part of us that is eternal beyond our temporary bodies. And this is the nature of what the Buddha, of what Christ, of what Shiva, and all the gurus, and all the teachers, and all the awakened ones have been trying to say, is that, like, relax, because you are eternal. Don't worry about the bullshit. You are eternal. So focus on the eternalness of the now. And that's why, like, a lot of meditations are just breathing and just watching what happens. There's no destination. There's no start, no middle, no end. Meditation is about doing what the universe is doing. There's nothing happening because it's eternal. We can get lost in thinking that something is happening, which is called action, which is called karma. Karma, it means action. Karma doesn't mean if you do good, good is going to happen to you. If you do bad, bad is going to happen to you. That's not what karma means. This is a misunderstanding. What karma means is playing with the action, with thinking that you are somebody doing something. If you are the ego that is living life, then you are trapped in karma. But when you are doing what the universe is doing, which is just breathing, it breathes in creation, and then it destroys creation with the release of the breath. So with your thoughts, you have all these thoughts. They come and they go, and they just focus on your breath. You have a thought, become aware of it, return to the breath, focus on the breath. Be and do what the universe is doing, which is nothing, which is just being awareness. Don't be identified with what you are seeing, with what you are doing. Just be the awareness. Be mindful. Pay attention. That's all you need to do. But don't get lost in what pops up in the awareness. This is called ego. And this is what we all do. I mean, I'm not talking to you from, I am a Buddha, because I'm living in my ego. So don't I'm just stoned right now and philosophizing. But just try to follow along. It's interesting. Just watch it. Sometimes I do this. I have a thought. Oh, well, maybe it's a girl. Oh man, I'm heartbroken. Oh, what is she doing? Oh, I'm hungry. Oh man, I gotta do that fucking thing. Oh shit, I fucking forgot to text my friend. God damn it, is there any weed? Oh, I don't got no weed. Oh fuck. Oh, I want some juice. All these thoughts, right? This is the nature of the human mind. We just go from thought to thought to thought to thought to thought. What is reality when you're just jumping from thought to thought to thought? And what is this part of ourself that just needs to constantly do this? It needs to just constantly be attached and constantly focused on something. Why can't it just be? And what happens? Who are you if you're just being? It's almost like the brain is constantly looking for reassurance that you are an individual. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I'm thirsty. Oh, one day I hope to have a dog and a family and a nice little house and a big porch with a chair and a view of the sunset, a bunch, this is what our brain does. Who am I if I let all of this go? If I'm just perfectly happy with being here, with being unattached to anything that's in front of me, anything that's in my thoughts, any feeling I have, I'm fucking pissed, or I'm happy, or I'm so excited. Oh wow, I'm actually meditating. Wow, I have no thoughts right now. Oh my God, I'm really doing it. All these different thoughts. What happens if you just in the same way, someone walks in the streets and they greet you, you just bow back to them. Just focus on it. Focus on your breath only. Focus on not focusing on anything. Who are you if you do that? Well, then you become what the universe is. It's just a release of a breath and the taking of a breath. It's just the blooming of a flower, the cracking of a seed, wind blowing on a field, the rustling of an animal in a tree, a baby crying or learning to walk, a kid sneaking out of the house to go kiss someone for the first time, a car accident, a war, a black hole. It's nothing. None of it's even real. It's not even happening. It's all just the breath in and the breath out. It's not who you actually are. But when we get attached to it, then we get thrown into karma. We get entangled. We get entangled into the spider web of action. And when we do that, something beautiful happens, A lot of spirituality talks about how important it is to release that. Be unattached and still. And this is a powerful path. But sometimes I think fuck it, there's no rules. Why can't it also be spiritual to be deeply attached to everything? I love my mom. I love my grandmother. I love my family. I love pizza. I love plums. I love looking at trees. I love being me. I love making art. I love watching movies. Why can't I overly identify with these things and feel this temporary uniqueness of what the universe has brought together. Why? And I can actually, and I feel like sometimes we get too caught up in that there's a way. There's only one way, and that way is, like the saintly path. The saintly path. You know what I say is that you can be a sacred clown. Laugh with your friends. Cause a little chaos. Play the game a little bit. But don't take it too serious. That's the only thing. Be attached. Become a character. Be whatever you want, actually. But just don't take it serious. And then you are the Buddha. The clown is also the Buddha. But you won't ever see that in the temple. That's that's the advanced class. Nah, what do I know? But it's interesting, right? Yeah, the Laughing Buddha. That's a good, I like that one. I like the Laughing Buddha. I love that Fat Buddha. I love that. Oh, right here. I have a Fat Buddha right here next to me. Man, what a guy. That's the life. That's what I mean. Be fat. Eat the pizza. You don't have to suffer, You don't have to be a monk, detached from life, away. Some people do. But it's not the call for everybody. Well, the Siddhartha Buddha said the middle way. Take the middle way. I agree with that. But so I'm a little extreme. So I instead of the middle way, I kind of just I'm a little all over the place. Sometimes I go over here, sometimes I stay on the line, sometimes I'm on that side. For me, that's my path personally, but we're all on the same ocean. Yeah. Yup. Yibbity yibbity yup. My. Na, 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 na. Na, na, na. Here we are. Here we is. Who said it? I think, therefore I am. Fucking Jesus? Who said that? Tom Cruise? I like to switch it a little bit. I am, therefore I think. I am, therefore I think. But it's actually not true because you can still be without thought. And meditation will bring you there. It's such a strange a place to be taken to. It goes back to who are you when you're not thinking, when you're not attached to the thoughts that are popping up, you're not even paying attention to them, you're not even seeing them, then who are you? In Sanatana Dharma, they say this beautiful little phrase, Sat Chit Anand. Sat Chit Anand. And this, broken down, means Sat means reality, existence. Sat. Chit means the awareness of the existence, your consciousness. These are the three truths of reality. Sat, Chit, Anand. And Anand means the bliss. Ram Dass said, death will be like taking off a tight shoe. That's the bliss. And this is the truth of existence. Sat Chit Anand. That existence is awareness, and pure awareness is always blissful. It's like a mother. A mother is not attached to the child in a way where a mother is not attached to a child in a way where she doesn't allow the child to make mistakes. She knows that, or a father, but we'll use the mother. You have to allow a child to grow, right? And while they make mistakes, there's just this bliss in knowing that it's all perfect. The mother knows it's all perfect. All the bumps along the way, the bliss, she knows it's all for the growth. You have to just allow it. Because if you try, when our moms and our parents in our own lives have tried to structure us, it just doesn't work. And they know that. So at some point it cracks and they just have to let go and allow the child to just do that. And there's this bliss. And that's the quality of reality, of where it's just the detached awareness of watching it happen. The bliss. That moment is pure reality. When you are remember being a child. Think back. We all have these memories. I know it. Don't tell me you've never had this memory, because I know you have. Think back to a time maybe when you were in your room, or maybe you were in school and you were coloring, you were drawing, and you were so into this project. You lose track of time. You might not even have been conscious, completely out of thoughts. You're not having thoughts. It's just complete intuition of the art, the coloring, the drawing, the painting, maybe music. And then all of a sudden, time is flying by. And there's this like bliss in that zone where it's just pure awareness happening. There's no one home doing it. It's just doing it because it needs to be done, because that's just the conditions of the universe at that moment. There's not you intellectualizing what's happening. There's not you attached to what's going on. It's just a flow of energy that's just a beautiful moment, unique thing that's just poop, and it's just there. And then you come back and you're looking at this thing you made. You're like, oh, I made this, or, you have to now engage in the senses of life. But for a brief moment, there was this small, where it was just, there's no one, you're not even there. It's just something's happening, and there's just pure awareness. And in that moment is bliss. This is the meaning of Sat Chit Anand. Existence, consciousness, bliss. And they say that's what God is. That God is that quality, like we were just talking about the mother allowing the children to just go, because that's what it has to be done for them to be who they are. God is doing that with us. It's just, but he's in the super state, it is in the super state of being present everywhere at once, always. And blissful about whatever's happening, because there's a perfectness beyond our egos that is always happening. Life doesn't seem perfect. My very first time speaking with Baba Ram Dass, I said, Ram Dass. He said, Namaste. I said, yeah. Ram Dass, I have a question for you. And someone in the background goes, Namaste, yeah. And like made fun of me because I was so nervous that I just completely ignored his Namaste. And I was like, yeah, okay, Ram Dass, I just got one question for you. The whole room laughed at me. It was in a group full of people. Namaste, Baba Ram Dass, wherever you are. Namaste. I asked Ram Dass, I said, Ram Dass, how am I supposed to stay on the path when I look out into the world and there's just suffering, man? Like, everyone seems so happy. All you guys in this room are like spiritual. Look here, I got a picture of Ram Dass right here. I said, Ram Dass, how can I remain spiritual in a world of suffering? And he said, the suffering is just in your head. Your intellect is looking out in the world or being somewhere else and thinking about suffering, thus creating suffering. Where are you right now? Are you suffering right now? Well, yeah, I mean, I know people are starving and dying. And I suffer because they are suffering. We live in a world of suffering. And he's just like, don't you know it's all perfect? Don't you know that it's all perfect? That an asteroid smashing into a planet is not evil. It's just something that happens. You know, if an asteroid smashes into the planet, killed all the dinosaurs, was that evil? No, it was a necessary thing that happened for us to be here, right? So, don't try to intellectualize the world too much. The suffering exists in the minds of us. And there are people suffering, but you don't know what they are suffering for. You can't just say, there is suffering, so how can I acknowledge the spiritual quality of life, the love of life, if there is suffering? But look within your heart, look within the own suffering of your own heart, and how you may have been through a traumatic moment that made you a stronger person. It brought you to a destination that you needed to be brought to. In the moment, along the way, on the path of being like, oh, fuck, like, oh. And then finally you get to where you're going and you're like, man, I it was horrible, but I needed to go through that. You don't know why someone is suffering. You don't know why suffering exists, but it's all perfect. There's no accidents in this universe. There's no such thing as an accident in this universe. It is all perfect. This universe is not chaos. This universe is organized and meaningful, and it's mathematical, measurable. It's not random. There's something happening, and we might not feel like we're a part of that, but we are inherently actually in part of it. We are not even a part of it, we are it. There's a saying in Hinduism, Tat Tvamasi, that you are it. We are all it. It's all perfect. Somewhere, somehow, it's all perfect. And it's all happening as it's supposed to happen. That's what Ram Dass told me one time. My very first time speaking to Ram Dass. So if it's all perfect, why do you feel outraged by corruption of the government and corporations? Shouldn't you feel content with the state of everything then? No, I don't think so. I think me feeling that and whatever actions I take towards changing that is also perfect. Everything is perfect. It's not like, It's not like everything is perfect but you or your thoughts or me and my thoughts. It's that it's all perfect. It's all perfect. It's all happening for a reason. It's all trying to wake you up, maybe. Or me, you know? I don't even know if you exist. I could just be talking to myself right now in a padded room. Perfection comes from perception. Perception comes from ego. No. Perfection is consciousness. Limitation is perception of perfection, which is ego. We don't see the world as perfect. We see the flaws. We see the opportunities to change it. We see it not good enough. We see this reflected in our own lives and our own selves. We don't see our situations as being perfect. We perceive the perfection as something other than what it is. Perfection doesn't need a perception. Perception itself actually is not perfection because you are perceiving something. It doesn't need to be perceived because it's perfect. So I disagree with that statement. Perfection is a myth. No, I don't think so. I don't think perfection is a myth. I think that it's perfect. I think the perception of what perfection is a myth. But I think that it already is perfect. So it requires no perception other than what it is, because it is perfect. I don't live through that realization, but there's a deeper part of myself that is like, yeah, that's true. I know that's true. I know that the universe is not flawed. That's a lot of talking about nothing. I can spend hours talking about nothing. There's a lot of substance in nothingness. Humans cannot comprehend it, but God understands it. Yeah. Yeah, we can't. I mean, how can we comprehend anything? We're animals on one planet, and we know that there are so many planets that it's not even, again, we can't even comprehend how many planets there are. We know this, so for us to take a confident position on anything is so stupid. We don't even know how they built the pyramids, yet we pretend to know about other dimensions. Oh, well, in quantum mechanics, they say that there is potentially 11 dimensions, and that atoms are not actually, they're not actually existing in a state of a position. They're actually existing in a super state where they're existing in a series of potentialities. Listen, we don't know shit about anything. So just this confidence of thinking we know comes from really our fear of not knowing. Well, actually, it in one scenario it acts like a wave, and then in the other scenario it acts like a particle. It depends which observer is looking at it. When we go to measure it, it begins to have a wave pattern. Oh, give me a break, man. The universe exists as a thought. This is a dream. What's a thought? A thought. A thought is the inherent quality of creation. A thought is life. A thought is something that wants to live. If you think about it, a thought is just this kind of thing floating around in like clouds in the sky. And some people can pluck these clouds out of the sky and bring them into the material world. They turn them into motors, into laptops, into cameras, into iPhones. They were once thoughts. So thoughts are potential. Thoughts is some lingering intelligence out there that's just waiting for a chance to be alive. Some ghost, some phantom of the opera, just waiting for its turn to hit the shriek of a minor note. Where did I get this tapestry? I have too many satanic ones in your room. Thank you for the 666 donation. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to press that one. What else do I got right here? I got it from Peru. This is a Shipibo tapestry. It's made by a Shipibo artist. Shipibo is a tribe of people living in the Amazon jungle. A riff on McKenna's statement, the universe is made of language. Well, this is an interesting thing that if you take psychedelics enough and really try to map out the experience of what you are having. I mean, some people use these substances to party and stuff like that, and it'll probably give you a great experience. But if you go into it with the intention of being like a scientist, of studying what is happening, you come to this understanding that what you are experiencing is language. That all of life is actually made of symbols, of language. That, for example, you call an atom an atom. Scientists, they call it an atom, which is describing this thing that is spinning and it creates everything, and it's actually made of 99.9 empty space, and it makes things seem solid even though they're not actually solid when you start to get to the fundamental deepest part of it. But these things exist, they're called atoms, no big deal. But you can also say, like, there are these tiny spirits that blow together through the eternal river of time, and they change and they morph and they become people that fall in love, that make art. And then when they get bored, they leave and they become something else. Because that's what atoms do. They just change. They become something else. When my atoms will not be my atoms forever, they will one day be something else. But you see that language builds the way that we see reality. It creates the way that the world is interpreted by our senses. For example, we say, okay, this is a tree when you're out where there's a tree. And you say, that is soil. That's a bee. That's a leaf. This tree has this fruit. We compartmentalize every aspect into a separate thing. And then we say, okay, this is reality. Oh, what is this? This is a leaf. This leaf fell. But when we step back from the illusions of language, the illusions of symbols, you can see like actually the soil in the tree are not even different. That tree needs that soil. And soil gets the nutrients from the things that grow out of it. So it is the same thing, actually. It's not Earth, space, Mars. The space between Earth and Mars, or Earth and the sun, or our galaxy and another galaxy is all actually connected. It's just the illusion of language that says, oh yeah, this is Earth and there's space in between us. It takes this much time to get to Mars. And we sort of have this reductionist mentality of looking at the world, but actually it's a deeper mystery than that. Space is like an ocean, right? And that there are these different islands. You know, there's the Earth island, Mars, and we can travel to these through these ships. You know, you can't go in water, you'll drown if you go water. If you go into space, you can't breathe. It's a substance that doesn't allow us to survive. See, language creates the way you look at the world. And I believe this is what Terence McKenna was talking about when he said that. And I have learned this through taking mushrooms. You know, mushrooms will show you like, there's another way to look at this. And you can look at this actually however you want, and it's all real. It might not be true, but it's real. I keep looking at my camera up here because I think my camera's on. So sorry that I'm just like staring off into the distance like Clint Eastwood or something in some old Western movie. But again, remember I said my camera didn't work in the beginning of this stream. Is it real or is it an illusion? Oh man, what's the difference? Well, Ramana Maharshi once said, reality must remain real. So he would say it's an illusion. Reality must remain real. That's what the word means. Reality. It means it stays real. It doesn't change. Ramana Maharshi said that if it changes, it's not real. Reality doesn't have names. It doesn't have forms. The thing that underlies names, forms, change is the real reality. And he would say, what is that? Seek that. Seek that. Let come what come. Let go what goes. Find what remains. Seek what is there when you let everything go. So he would call it an illusion. And I always tend to believe anything Ramana Maharshi says is probably real. You know, something I believe. You want to know something crazy I believe? And I genuinely believe this. I want to do this. I want to do an interesting test where I do a lie detector test. And I want to see if I'll pass a lie detector about me. Okay, first let me premise this. I believe that I have made contact with beings from a different dimension through the portal of ingesting psychedelics. And I know that's, to anybody that lives in the normal world, has a 9-to-5 job, that sounds like something a drug addict would say, or someone that has potentially schizophrenic or psychosis tendencies. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am schizophrenic. But I believe that psychedelics, along with yoga and intention and focus and discipline, can be a portal into experiencing a spiritual dimension where there are things living there. In the same way, when you go into a forest, there's birds, there's deer, there's whatever lives, the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees. Everything that lives out there is there. But I think that the psychedelics allow us to see another world where there are things living there. Serpent creatures, giant insects, scary demon-looking things, angelic beings, holy beings that have like messages for you. Things that want to scare you, things that want to extract something from you. And I actually believe that it's real and that things like ayahuasca take you there. And those things that you experience are not like psychotic breaks, but are physically actually happening. Maybe not here in this real world that like it can be measured with a camera or with something, but that in the same way that this reality is happening in your head, you know how scientists say that, or physicists, or whoever, theoretical physicists, they say this reality is not actually happening, but it's actually happening in your mind. That everything is an interpretation of your mind. And your mind is actually just a bunch of chemicals that are reacting to each other. So when you add a little bit of different chemicals to your brain, a new reality becomes real. And I think that this new reality and these new chemicals are just as justified in their authority as this normal state of consciousness. It's alchemy. You take a little bit, you add a little bit, something happens. I don't believe that something happening is less real just because we don't experience it all the time. This is our natural state, but that's other natural state. Or like a bat, for example. A bat has a completely different natural state. It's not seeing shit, it's screaming and having echolocation project its reality to it. So we were all experiencing different realities. And I think that there are beings completely in different dimensions that are actually in higher dimensions than us, that are aware of our dimension. Maybe they're ghosts. I don't think they're ghosts. I don't think they're dead people. Maybe they are dead people. But I just think they're just creatures. They're just like things. We have dogs, we have platypuses, we have scorpions, we have naked mole rats, humans. In that dimension, there are just as many creatures. And that's something crazy I believe. And it's taken me a long time to accept it. Because I have, for years, done psychedelics now, sacred medicines, in shamanic context, in spiritual context, with the intention not to party, but to really see, like a mystic, to explore my own mind, to explore what happens, my own soul, other dimensions, astral world, the collective consciousness. These things are available to us with certain ingredients. And I want to take a lie detector test to just see what happens if someone asks me, have you made contact with interdimensional beings? Because I feel like I can say, yes, I have confidently made contact with what I believe are interdimensional beings. And they've given me knowledge. They've shown me crazy alien technology that I could never replicate, but they have revealed to me things about the nature of reality that I believe is true. Things about math, things about geometry that before I had this experience, I didn't know about. How can I teach myself something I don't know about? That's something that's weird about the mushroom. I know what I know. And when you make contact with these ayahuasca beings, these DMT spirits, these mushroom spirits, these astral beings that just come to people naturally sometimes without any substances, how can your brain teach you something you don't know? Yeah, I don't think it can, man. You know your inventory. I request, how many people are watching this? 470 people watching this. 470. That's almost 500 people watching. Maybe there's a couple of you watching at once. So maybe we got 500 people in here. Maybe you got friends with you. I request that all of you, one time in your life, trust me on this and take 3 to 10 grams of mushrooms and do it with the intention to be shown cosmic secrets, to be shown your soul, and ask for it sincerely. Do this once in your life. That's all you need. One time in your life. 5 hours of your life. Trust me that I promise it will change your understanding. Do it when it's a nice day. It's not too hot, not too cold. Somewhere shanti, quiet, somewhere where you can be away from people. Maybe you have a friend with you, someone that's just making sure you're okay. Maybe you have a bed nearby if you need to lay down. Maybe you have outside if you need to go outside. You have all the conditions right. You're in a good headspace. You have intentions to have a spiritual experience, to be shown something beautiful. That's all you need to ask for. Reveal yourself and show me something beautiful. Show me a secret. And I promise, you will come back with something that you didn't have before. And then I want you to tell me how that's possible. Before you die, please, before you die, I beg you, this is a religious experience. This is something so sacred and so holy and so spiritual that I'm like, just beg you to try it once in your life. Trust me. I know I'm like this stoner hippie. I got shitty tattoos. I look like a delinquent. But I promise that I have had a real mystical experience, real spiritual experience. And I promise that it has made me a compassionate person. It's made me understand that my life is more than my body. It's more than my looks. It's more than what I've done. It's more than what I will do. It's more than what I'm doing. That there is a mysterious quality of the universe. Some call it God. And that I'm a part of that. And that these things will show it to you in a way that's undeniable. Where I can say this to you and there's a lot of people probably rolling their eyes. They're like, okay, you fucking hippie. But you can experience it. I promise. No matter who you are, these things work. No matter who, this is the only thing that works. What else works? Look at all these religions are fighting with each other. Nature has given us the tools. What else works? The mushroom works. It doesn't matter if you're a rabbi, you're a Hindu yogi, you're a Wall Street banker, you're a mom, you're a stoner in a basement eating Cheetos, you're, a genius. If you do these things in the right context, you will come back with something that you didn't have before. And it will be so spiritual, so undeniable that your life will change because of it. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to play that scary music. Sorry. But it's true. And I am a messenger of the mushroom. I'm a messenger of the mushroom. I'm here to tell you it's real. I'm here to tell you that it's alive and it will talk to you if you ask it questions. Whatever you want to know, man. It'll give you what you need. Everything I'm saying comes from the mushroom. Sometimes I don't think I'm hot shit or not. I don't think I know shit about shit. But sometimes people be like, wow, Dakota, you really know a lot about you seem so spiritual and stuff. And it's like, dude, all I do is eat the mushroom once a year and pray to God that it just allows me to see the beauty of the world. I say, show me, man. We're here on this planet together. We're brothers. I will eat you. You know what the mushroom told me? Holy shit. You want to know what the mushroom told me? This interdimensional being is actually not even interdimensional. It's here in this dimension also. This trans-dimensional being. I ate okay, some of you know the story. I ate a mushroom during an ayahuasca ceremony in Mexico with a shaman from Peru. This shaman that's right here on the wall next to me. That is Maestra Justina. She's a Shipibo shaman. I lived with her for a few months. I lived with her family for a few months before that. I spent a lot of time specifically with her family. And I've done a lot of ceremonies with her and her family. They're very serious shamans, man. Like real deal, living in the jungle shaman people. A long story about how I met them. But anyways, we're in Mexico. They're from Peru. I originally met them in Peru. Now we're in Mexico. Another crazy story. They're all on ayahuasca. I didn't want to take ayahuasca. I take mushrooms. I'm having the craziest experience of my life. For one, Maestra Justina begins to sing. She sings these Icaros. I'll play you what an Icaro sounds like. I'll play you her singing an Icaro. An Icaro is a song that they learn from the plants. The spirits of the plants teach them these songs, and they say that these sounds heal people of their sicknesses. And they do. When the shamans are singing these songs, they can make you puke. They can make you leave your body. They can bring you back to your body and calm you down if you're freaking out. These shamans have really mastered the art of sound and the psychedelic experience. They can bring you to the spirit world. This is Maestra Justina singing in Icaro. So Maestra Justina begins singing. She begins singing once she begins to feel the medicine, the ayahuasca. Usually about an hour after you drink. People begin puking. You hear people just take deep breaths. You know what's coming. It feels like it slowly creeps into the room, the energy, when you're in an ayahuasca ceremony. I was helping people. If they needed to go to the bathroom, if they needed their puke bucket changed, if they needed some tissue to blow their nose, anything they needed, I was there. They shine a little flashlight, I run to them, I help, whatever you need. You need a sip of water, I got you. You need anything, I was the guy helping the shaman. The shamans need anything, I get it for you. You need something to drink, I got it. You need some tobacco, I got it. You need some more ayahuasca, I got you. That was my job. This was the last ceremony before I left them. I don't want to drink ayahuasca because it makes me sick. It's a big ordeal for me. I'm not a big ayahuasca fan. I'm a big fan, but not always. It's very rough for me. It's very hard for me to drink ayahuasca. So I was like, I'm going to take some mushrooms. Actually, my friend Pete comes up to me and he goes, hey man, I got these mushrooms. So I said, oh, okay, I'll take one. Maestra Justina begins singing. We're in a room where the wall behind her, it doesn't exist. It's actually just outside. There's trees. The moon is shining a beam of light directly onto her. And I see these spirits begin to pull themselves out of the ground like zombies pulling themselves out of a grave. And they crawl towards her. And I see that these spirits are helping her, beginning to help her heal these people. And they were blue. These spirits were like blue. And I was like, oh my God, man, she wasn't lying. She told me, I have spirits. She calls them chaikunis. She says, the chaikunis help me during ceremony. I call them, they know, that she says, I actually see them even when I'm not in ceremony. They just help me, they're my chaikuni family. She has like a brother, a chaikuni uncle. She might even have like a chaikuni husband. I saw them. I watched them. I watched them come and begin to help her as she started to sing and open the ceremony. And I was like, holy shit, man, she was not lying. How the fuck is this real? And I begin to do my own personal practice to enter deep states of consciousness on these mushrooms. And the mushroom begins to speak with me. The spirit of the mushroom begins to speak to me. And it told me, well, okay, so Terence McKenna once said, I asked the mushroom to show me it for itself. This is a normal experience to people that are into the mushroom shamanism. You eventually come to learn that the mushroom is alive. We just talked about that a little bit earlier in this live stream. Terence McKenna was one of the people that also the mushroom opened up to. And Terence McKenna said he built a relationship with the spirit of the mushroom. And one day he said, okay, I want to see you for what you actually are. Show me what you see yourself as. Show me you for yourself. And he said, everything just began to spin and it got so crazy. It was so scary that he just had to, he was like, okay, enough. I don't need to go back to like to the colors and the funny feelings and the funny thoughts and the oneness. Go back to that. I don't need, this is too much. Let me go. So I said, next time I encounter the spirit of the mushroom, next time I encounter the spirit of the mushroom, I'm going to ask it the same thing. Show me you for yourself. I want to see what you see yourself as. And no matter how scary it gets, no matter how crazy it gets, I will remain strong. I told myself this, so I did it. I invoke the spirit of the mushroom. And I say, okay, I want to see you for who you really are. Show me. Well, first, actually, let me bring this back a little bit. I've read a lot of these witchcraft books, and these witchcraft books, these grimoires, these, occult magic books will say, if you ever come in contact with a spirit, learn its name. Because if you learn its name, you can call on it. Or if you learn its sigil, its signature, then you can draw the signature and invoke it. So I said, okay, I'm going to do this. I asked the mushroom, what do I call you? And it responds with like this cocky sort of response. I expected some deep name like, I am Baba Chakaluni. Something like this. Chaklana. Tatanka Kiawa. But what it said was, you can call me the one that chooses. I was like, what the fuck? The one that chooses? I don't even know what that means. What do you mean? Call you the one that chooses? And it says, I am the one that chooses what lives and what dies on this planet. And it began to show me visions of fungus eating trees, of fungus eating the vegetation around a certain area, so the animals begin to die, and then the fungus eat the animals. It was giving me these crazy visions, and it said, I am the one that chooses. And I was like, oh shit. And then I said, okay, what do you look like? And it turned into this giant... I'm going to show you a picture of what it looked like. One second. Some of you may have seen this show on the Sci-Fi Channel a long time ago called Tremors. And this is what it looked like. One second, let me find a good picture. Tremor. basically these tremors are like these big things that live in the ground. They're like these big worms. And they have like these teeth, and they're just like kind of just made of skin. And the mushroom looked like that. Yeah, they're giant worms. And I said, show me what you look like. And it turned into this giant snarling worm coming out of the ground, and it had these teeth, and I could see the blemishes in its skin and like these little like hairs, and just the fierceness of its teeth in the slobber that's just dripping from tooth to tooth. And it's just like this creature of like total, you would be so scared if this thing ever was real. And I was just like, wow. And I told myself, no matter how scary it is, I'm just going to push through and just see what happens. And I was just like, wow, okay. And then I started to say, like, what is our relationship? Like, why is it that when I take mushrooms, I experience an intelligence that seems like it's not me, and it's talking, like, am I schizophrenic, or like what? Why? Other people have this experience, so it's not just me. So I know it's like a shared thing that happens to people that really go off the deep end and really try these things. So what I asked the mushroom, what is my relationship to you? And it said, we are eternal friends. And I said, what do you mean we are eternal friends? And it gave me a vision of me eating the mushroom, and then mushrooms eating me. I said, holy fuck. And it said, I have always been there. In an interesting story, a short version of a long story, the second time I ever took mushrooms, I did it in a ceremony by myself in the woods. I prayed to the mushrooms. I said, please give me, help me wake up. Show me something that I need. Show me what I need to be shown. So I took the mushrooms, and I was just in the forest by myself, and I was like, just not really expecting much. I was like, okay, I'm going to watch the sunset. It's going to be beautiful. And I began having the voice, and it began telling me things, all types of things about the nature of reality, how what you are, like this, the level of consciousness you have at death determines the next state, the next birth that you take. And it showed me like a person that was like, for example, like a Wall Street banker type of person who's just completely. Do you remember the movie Soul, where those people, when they get lost, they go into that dimension, and they're just like these lost souls, and they're just like that guy was one. That banker in Soul was one, and he was just like obsessed with banking. And then they freed his soul, and he like woke up, and he was like flipped his thing up, his whatever. Wait, what was I just talking about? Give me a little refresh. I'm too stoned and just lost my train of thought. Yeah, they were in like a purgatory. Oh yeah, so the mushroom showed me, like, if you're lost, you're going to take a birth that needs to resonate with your state of consciousness. It's like you can't go to a place where you don't fit. So wherever you're at the time of death determines the next state of your birth. And it was showing me visions of like matter crystallizing into like a puzzle that fits where your thought was, because your body is a thought, and your thought extends out of the body when you die, and it needs to crystallize and take physical form as a way to be alive. So this is just the nature of how reality works. Consciousness sort of dies, and then materializes into something else. The energy transforms into something else. And sometimes it gets into, to an individual. And that individual needs to take form where it's at. You can't be born a Buddha if you're not a Buddha. So it was showing me, the mushroom began showing me these things. Showing me that the universe is a fractal, strange, just things that I never really thought about. And it was telling me realizations about time, just different spiritual realizations. And then maybe 2 years after this, I didn't take mushrooms again. I was very interested in spirituality at this point because of that experience. And I was on Warped Tour, a big festival. I was working for a music festival called Warped Tour, and there was these monks that would travel on the festival and distribute books about yoga to people. They would just give them to you for whatever. You have $1, I'll take the $1. You have $5, I'll take the $5. You have nothing, whatever. Just take this book. These monks were just giving these books to people. So I met this monk called Prahlad. He was just the monk I met. He used to carry this sign that said like books on transcendental wisdom. And I was like, he probably knows something. I need to go meet this guy. I meet Prahlad, and I'm just like, I tell him my experience. I say, I had this experience. Does anything of this make sense to you based on your monkness? Does this, like, was I just high? Or he said, here, take this book, read this book. It's called the Bhagavad Gita. He said, don't worry about reading the interpretations or anything like this. Read the book, interpret it yourself. And this is a holy book from India. It's more than 5,000 years old. It's a story about Arjuna, who is going to war with his family. He lives in a kingdom. The kingdom is breaking up, and they're all fighting for the kingdom. Arjuna goes through this whole process of being like, the kind of spiritual process you would go through if you had to fight your family for a kingdom. He's like, fuck, man, like I don't look out and see, we're all getting ready to go to war. I see my teachers, my friends, my family on the other side of the battlefield, not enemies. How can I fight them and live with myself? I don't need, what are we doing? So he's going through this process, and Krishna is the teacher that guides him through this process of going to war. I read this book, and it was saying the exact same things that this mushroom trip had told me. Things about the afterlife, things about the nature of reality, things about time. Krishna, okay, it blew my mind. I was like, I need to go to India. These people were taking mushrooms. I need to go to India and find out what the hell was going on, because how is this possible that this book describes my experience so perfectly? I went to India. Never found any proof of people using mushrooms, besides in one area in maybe Kerala, I believe. There's some old mushroom stones that are carved there. To me, they're clearly mushrooms. There's 12 different species of mushrooms growing in that area that are psilocybin, psychedelic mushrooms, specifically in that area. And there's these stones that are a couple thousand years old that are clearly mushrooms. Other than that, I can't find anybody that knows about mushrooms. I traveled all over India seeking for knowledge, some sort of shamanic psychedelic knowledge. How do you guys know this? How is this in your mythology? What I learn is that these people are very deep into meditation. Initially, this is what I learned. They're into meditation. They got to these states naturally, these conclusions naturally. The deeper I study, the more I learn that actually they smoke a hell of a lot of weed, a lot of hash. So they are using some plants to get to altered states of consciousness, and they're definitely not eating, doing things, different yogas like this, fasting, which brings you to a natural deep state. And then I see that they're offering datura flowers to Shiva. And I say, oh my God, these people are offering one of the most psychoactive flowers to Mahadev, to the great god, Shiva, to statues, to his feet. And I would begin to ask people, hey, why do you guys offer this flower to Shiva? And they say, oh, because it's a poisonous flower and Shiva can overcome poison. This is what the shaman does. The shaman takes the poisonous mushroom, the poisonous flower, the poisonous tea, goes into the state of sickness and comes back with some knowledge, with spiritual knowledge, meditates their way through it. And then I find out in Nepal, there's a group of sadhus smoking this flower. And I said, oh my God, man, Hinduism is a shamanic religion. And maybe it got lost with like the Islamic conquest and the British conquest and all the different colonization that happened. It got lost, but there's still pockets of people that are still practicing shamanism with yoga, plant psychedelic shamanism with yoga. And I said, oh, well, okay, that's how they know. That's how they know. So anyways, back to this story of me on mushrooms at the ayahuasca, talking to the mushroom god that came to me as a scary worm with teeth. The mushroom said, we are eternal friends. Showed me a vision of me eating the mushroom and then one day these mushrooms eating my body. We are eternal friends. It told me, I have always been with you, and I'm actually always there. And I'm hesitant to say this because it makes me sound crazy, but I feel it sometimes. Sometimes there's spiritual moments. You know what the mushroom told me? I said, how do I know this is real? I know it's real because to go back, I don't know these things, and it's telling me things I don't know, so that's how I know it's not me. But the mushroom told me, all you need to do is remember. All you need to do is remember that the things that I'm showing you is real, that you are a part of a mystery. You're not your body. You are pure power consciousness. Eat better. Do better. Accomplish what you want to accomplish in this life, and heaven awaits you. Don't get lost. Remember. So it's telling me these things. I have always been with you, like some little angel. I have always been with you. And then it shows me visions of Krishna and Arjuna. And it says, who do you think revealed this to Arjuna? I am the voice that spoke to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita. And Krishna said, or the mushroom said to me, why do you think Krishna is always with cows? And I was just like, holy shit, dude. I'm blown away by this revelation because, Jesus. And I remember being like, my friend Pete that gave me the mushroom, he was like, dude, look how blue this one is. Take this one. Because blue mushrooms mean a lot of psilocybin. And it goes, why do you think Krishna is blue? And I was just like, oh my God, man, like I'm really talking to a spirit right now, some kind of intelligence, because like this is effortlessly happening like a conversation. It's not like I'm sitting here thinking of responses to say to myself in my head. I'm experiencing a direct conversation with something, with what I believe is the mushroom. And I want to take a lie detector test and just film it just for my own sort of humor, just to humor myself to see if I'll pass this, because I really believe that it's real. And I'm not saying that the mushroom is God, but I'm saying that the mushroom is an ancient being that is trying to wake people up for some reason. It's showing people something. Go on to Google, type in mushroom trip report. YouTube, mushroom trip report. Look at the life-changing experiences people are having from a one-time mushroom experience. Why? Go into the history books. Look at these people that have been having these experiences. Go to Oaxaca, Mexico yourself right now. Talk to the shamans yourself. Ask them what they're experiencing. The mushroom is doing something. It's trying to wake us up. To go back to my original point, it works. No matter who you are. A shaman in Oaxaca, a delinquent from Detroit. I'm sure there are people in this chat right now that can confirm with what I'm saying. I can't be the only one that's experienced that. In here, there's 500 people in here. It's channeling. I always thought channeling was bullshit. If some like white lady was like, I just channel aliens from the Pleiadians for a living. I have you can sign up to my client list, my email list, and I'll give you weekly downloads from the Pleiadian hierarchy. It comes directly to me. I'm usually just like, shut the fuck up. Hey! Fuck you! But sometimes I'm like, damn, dude, are these people actually doing something? Because when I am channeling the mushroom, I'm just as crazy as those people are. But no, I'm not. I don't believe they are. Because they don't come back with the same messages. They come back with like different messages. The messages that the mushroom gives me, I feel like are they apply to everybody, and they're not bullshit. I feel like I could write a book, messages from the mushroom, from the magic mushroom, and you could apply these messages and have a more spiritual and enhanced life. Do mushrooms show up in hair follicle tests for probation? Nah, there's no way they're testing that. Don't listen to me. I don't know. I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't think so, though. Thoughts on LSD? LSD is very powerful. I only done it a few times, but it's I feel like LSD for me has been more powerful than some of my ayahuasca experiences even. Very downplayed. I feel like people take acid all the time, and it's always been so strong for me that I'm just like, dude, how do these people take acid like this, man? These MFers are just like taking acid at festivals. There's people walking, no one's freaking out. I'm like, damn, dude, I need to be in like pure nature or like silence. I need to be next to a stream and hear birds. I can't be around all you like people doing ketamine and smoking nos or sucking in nos or sucking dicks or whatever goes on at festivals. For me, man, acid is like blows me out the water. But I also don't see how anybody uses psychedelics for any reason other than spiritual experience or like spiritual exploration or damn, I'm all out of juice. Or just like mystical experience. Like when I have some friends or like you guys, thank you Harnam, I appreciate you. Good to see you. Harnam. Does that mean like Harinam? Har? Is that another name for Hari? I forgot what I was talking about. But 3 eyes. Hey, if you read this, you should do DMT, LSD, and ayahuasca. Oh, God. Thank you for the donation and for the suggestion. I'll think about it. We're all the same consciousness creating reality through thought. Through the mind. Sorry. Fuck. Yeah. 3 eyes coming in with that wisdom for us, baby. Who do you call on in a panic? God. Who do I call on in a panic? Sometimes, God. Yeah, I'll say God. Shiva. Oh, Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Beans. Thanks for the donation, Beans. I really need to hear a lot of your thoughts today. I need to hear a lot of my thoughts today. I don't know where all these thoughts are coming from. They're just kind of pouring out of me today. I guess I had to get some of this out. I did need some confirmation. Thank you. Sometimes I get lost in the sauce in my own life. I have this constant rain cloud that just follows. No matter how many spiritual experiences I have, no matter how much I interpret the world as a spiritual world or a spiritual experience, I truly look at my life as being, I know in every moment of my life that I am a part of a mystery. That's like so engraved into me at this point that like when I see other people, I see them in a different way. Like sometimes when I look at people, I just like see, like I know something about you that you don't know. Like you're a part of something really beautiful and really crazy and really, if you knew, you would be bowing right now, but you don't know. And I don't even really know, but I know a little bit, and I know enough that when I look at you, I already love you a little bit because I know that somewhere in you is just like this thing, and it's in me too, and like we're sharing this. And I see that in life now. And I forgot what my point was, but Shiva. Wow. Good to see all you guys, man. It's been a while since I did a real proper live stream. 600 people. It feels good to be back. Feels good to be back, baby. Is there anybody good at making clips? Can someone clip this up for me? Take some of these funny little things we've been saying and make little clips for like Instagram and TikTok. Some of these cool stories. If anybody can help me out with that kind of stuff, man, please help me out with that. I know some of you guys have to be doing that on Instagram and TikTok. I know you know how to do it. And I know you can do it quickly. Someone please help me. Please. I'll save the stream. I have to cut out the music so we don't get a copyright strike. Thank you, JJ. I love you. $9.99. Turn that upside down and we got something wild going on. So I learned something. 777 is some kind of number for perfection. I don't know why 7 is associated with perfection, but 7 is such a strange number that reappears. Maybe someone in here knows the crazy what 7 means. But you think like ooh, you guys hear that? Think of all the weird 7s. 7 days of the week. God created the universe in 6 days, rested on the seventh. 7 colors of the rainbow. The Buddha took 7 steps at birth. Lucky number 7. Come on, give me some more. 7 chakras. 7, come on, there's gotta be more. 7 deadly sins. 7 grams of mushrooms. We'll throw that one in there too. That's a good one. Thank you for that one. Anyways, there's a lot of, and even in the Bible, you have, let's Google it real quick. 7 in the Bible. 7 was symbolic in the ancient Near Eastern and Israeli cultures and literature. It communicated a sense of fullness or completeness. 7 is spelled with the same consonants as the word complete or full in Hebrew. This makes sense. This makes sense of the pervasive appearance of 7 patterns in the Bible. Okay, let's look at some of the times it was used. Oh, come on. I gotta shut my ad blocker off. Okay, refresh. I shut it off. Okay, Jesus. Man, these church websites, man. Okay, let's go to a different one. For example, in Genesis 9:12-16, God makes the rainbow the sign of his promise to Noah, and that he will not flood the earth again. God uses bread as a representation of his presence with his people. Some people interpret the bread as the mushroom in the story of Exodus. There's a part in Exodus that says like, and the bread appeared on the ground like dew after the rain. And if we left it out for too long, the worms would get it. And it talked about like drying it out and like, I don't know. Some people interpret that as being a mushroom. And they say it grew from the ground like a small stone or like something else they explained it. Like hoarfrost. The rainbow and the bread were obvious signs or symbols in Scripture that God was around. Okay, the number 7. Let's see. Give me some references. But this is what made me talk about this 7 was JJ. I think donated $9.99, and then I saw it as 666, and then in my head I was like, 666. The meaning of 666 actually is that it's the counter opposite of 777, which is completeness. And 666 represents the devil because it represents not being fully complete, not being fully divine, which is the 777. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Man is not God, just as 6 is not 7. 7 pairs of each clean animal on the ark. 7 stems of the tabernacle's lampstand. You know what the tabernacle is, right? The tabernacle is an interesting thing, and I want you guys to look this up for your own confirmation. The tabernacle was a tent that was built for shamanic experience. Tabernacle psychedelic. Let's see if anything pops up. Tabernacle, Reverend Danny Nemu, who I've had on my podcast. I think he was actually my first podcast episode. I need to get him back now that my podcast is a little bit more high quality. But Reverend Danny Nemu would talk about the tabernacle as being a place where they would make a sort of hot box of psychedelics, and they would get high and have visions of Yahweh. And this would Yahweh would give them information, like we're talking about the voice of the mushroom that gives us information. Yahweh would do the same thing with the ingredients that they were using, which are actually in the Bible. I believe some of them, frankincense, myrrh, cannabasum, which some people believe is cannabis. So these people are not stupid people. Alchemy was very we tend to look at the people as the Bible as being like poor little peasants, you know. Oh, can I just get a little scrap of crumbs, sir? But these people were not stupid. Yes, some of them were farmers, but you have to think like, man, the pyramids were already built and shit, and like Greece has already happened by the time Jesus was born. So like people were not stupid. They knew what mushrooms were. The Greeks were using mushrooms. They knew what psychedelics were. The rites of Eleusis are very well documented, where the Greeks go and do these crazy psychedelic rituals as a culture. Man, it would have been so amazing to do this. Anyways, the tabernacle, psychedelic, blah, 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 blah. There's more sevens. Seven's a weird number, but that's the meaning of 666. It's the opposite of 7. Thank you, Pixis Panda. Peace and blessings to you too, my friend, and to your family. I feel really connected to you and what you are saying. It's very enlightening, comforting. I've been through it all as well. Here we are. Here we are, man. We've all been through so much stuff. Look, I mean, dude, there's 600 people in this room right now. Think about all this shit 600 people have been through. All the craziness, the heartbreaks, the fights, the wild or the boring, whatever. Bad parents, overly loving parents. And then here we just are right here now. All of that shit brought us to this moment. All of the ups, all of the downs, all of the things that the universe has ever done, ever in the whole entire universe, has slowly been changing and growing and happening for this moment right now of all of us. Of all of us just doing whatever we're doing. You know, maybe you're just on a bus right now and you're just randomly watching this, or, you know, maybe you're just meant to be here for some reason that you're not aware of yet, along with me. Maybe I'm saying these things for one person in this room. Maybe it's you. Maybe that one person's me. Yeah, we got 580 thoughts in here. Why you guys keep talking about farts? I'm over here rambling about God, and the chat is just full of farts. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, though. That's what it is. You know, I do love Matthew Silver, and that was his thing for a long time, was just like love farts. He would hold a big sign in the street and act like he was homeless, and it would just say love farts. And he would just be like, love everybody. Love is the... And it was so strange but inspirational at the same time, because it's like he's giving a deep message. Love everybody. That's a real message that we all need to reflect on in our daily lives. When we're feeling stressed out and we're feeling like, oh, you know, fuck this motherfucker, you just want to say something. Take a second where we just breathe and we say, you know what, man, this person was a child one time and who knows what they've been through, and maybe today was just a, you know, I'm just gonna, hey, you bow to it, bow to the experience. You don't react to it. And definitely ramble. Yeah, I'm definitely rambling because I don't even know what I was just talking about. I keep, oh yeah, farts. Matthew Silver and farts. He does such a good job at like bringing an important message, like a really nice spiritual message, but then being completely stupid with it. So it's just like, don't take it serious at the same time. Sometimes you just have to... Shout out to Matthew Silver. He is like a comedic genius. He's like a spiritual teacher. The Sacred Clown. I had him on my podcast once. I really recommend watching it. I really recommend going to his channel, watching his stuff. He's been doing stand-up a lot lately. And he is just... Dude, the dude is, the Shakespeare quote, all of life is a stage. I think that's a Shakespeare quote, right? Elias, thank you for the donation. Elias. But all the world is a stage. And I've always loved that Shakespeare quote because it's beautiful. All the world is a stage. If you think about it, you can be whoever you want, do whatever you want. All the world is a stage. And like, it's nice. And I've like thought about it. I'm like, yeah, that's a cool thought. I can really do that. But then you just don't. But he does. That dude has really committed to seeing all of life as being theater, as being a stage, as being able to be whoever he wants spontaneously in the moment, just because why not? And there's a genius in that. And you guys, if you don't know who Matthew Silver is, I really recommend you look at who he is. And I've always tried to say that to him, but like, I'm just like, I don't know if he knows that he's doing it, or if like it's just like this spark of genius, or if he's actually just crazy. Some people think, he believes, and I actually also believe, that the character in Soul that's spinning the sign and that does like, what else? He like is the shaman in the astral world. While he's spinning the sign, he's actually just traveling in the astral world. That's based on Matthew Silver. So that shows you how legendary this guy is. I really recommend you guys check him out. And I got to get him on the podcast also again. Matthew Silver is a man-child, though. Yeah, but the thing is a genius, though. It's not like a normal man-child. You can't just pinpoint him to being a man-child because he's an artist. He's a man-child for the art. Six is a fractal, and so are you. Oh, that's interesting. The world is 666, where God is the complete. God would be the thing holding the fractal. Cool. You guys remember that Slipknot song? If you're 555, I'm 666. Anyone smoking pot and watching this live stream? I'm smoking pot oil, baby. William, thank you, brother. Shout out to the Netherlands. Hope it's all good out there. What time is it in the Netherlands? It must be like 7 in the morning. Some of y'all just waking up. Can I kick it? What species of mushroom do I recommend? I'm not really a mushroom connoisseur in that kind of way. I know a little. I only know like one of the species that grows in Mexico, which they say is the strongest, is called derrumbe. Derrumbe. They say it only grows where lightning strikes, usually on the side of mountains. Derrumbes. But cubensis, I think, are just the traditional mushrooms. Penis envy. Some people, there's some called penis envy. I don't really know. You know, just take the magic ones and pray for God to show himself. Derrumbe. And then there's San Isidro, which are the mushrooms that grow from cow poop, which are just normal cubensis, I believe. But in Mexico, they call them, or in Oaxaca, they call them San Isidro. San Isidro was a farmer, a saint that was like a cow herder or something, a herder for animals. San Isidro. Derrumbes. Can you smoke shrooms? No, but I know the real OGs have tried. We've all been desperate enough to try. I think I feel something. You don't feel nothing. It does not work to smoke mushrooms. But everyone's like, yeah. I think I feel a little something. It does not work. I've tried it. You just want it to work. It would be interesting to start rolling joints with a little bit of mushrooms, just to bless it. Oh, you guys. So, ask me about Thailand. Go ahead. I was just in Thailand for a month. I actually overstayed. I had to pay like $50 for staying 2 days too long. You guys want to know what I did that was crazy? Okay, sure, since you asked. Did you know in Bangkok, I told this story before, but in Bangkok, there's a pussy show. Do you know what a pussy show is? I didn't know what a pussy show was. The way they introduce this to you is usually by a guy that's like soliciting people outside of the bars. There's a couple streets. There's like a few naughty streets in Bangkok. One of them is called Soy Cowboy. All of Sukhumvit is the naughtiest place in the world. Maybe Las Vegas is a little bit naughtier, but I don't know. Bangkok is so bad. So anyways, Soy Cowboy, what's the other one? Plaza Nana, the world's biggest adult playground. I went to my first strip club there. I've never been to a strip club my whole life, but I went to a strip club in Thailand like a month ago. Stacy, let me answer your question real quick. Have I ever considered a trip in the U.S.? I've considered it. It's a little expensive in the U.S. to rent buses and vans, and everything in general was a little bit more expensive in the U.S. So I'd have to charge a lot to do a retreat here, and I hate charging people too much money because it it's just. I'd rather just, we'll go meet somewhere cool that's a little bit cheaper for us all, So back to pussy shows. Yeah, some of you guys know. I see some of you in the comments already know what's coming. What's coming? Well, I didn't come, but something. Okay, so there's a guy. Where am I at? I'm at Khao San Road, which is another. So there's three. There's three streets. Khao San Road is another street. Just bars. It's loud. There's people doing laughing gas, like nitrous or whatever, NOS, with the balloons. There's bars and people selling it to you with signs like laughing gas for sale in this bar right here. And there's just people with balloons everywhere, just getting it's high out of their mind. Cocaine everywhere. Weed on the streets. You can buy weed on the streets from people that are just got tables of different strains of weed. Bars, ladyboys, prostitutes. And then there was a tuk-tuk driver. When I walked by, he went like this. And I just laughed. Me and Tom, your mate Tom, we just laughed. And Shamail was there. And then Tom goes, hey, you know what that means? And I said, no, what's it mean? And he goes, ping pong show. And I said, a ping pong show? Like, I know they do like Muay Thai in Thailand, like UFC, Muay Thai fighting, boxing. And I was like, damn, I didn't know they were fucking ping pong athletes out here too. Like, let's go to the ping pong show. And he goes, no, like the women play ping pong with their pussies. And I said, oh, shit. Okay, let's go. And the guy goes, ping pong, double ping pong pussy show. And he shows me this thing. Let me see if I got a picture of it. Where's my phone? I didn't mean to do a Thai accent. Is that racist? Double ping pong pussy. Kept calling it a lady pussy. Lady pussy. I've never heard it in my life. Lady pussy ping pong. Okay, so here it is right here. Sex show. This is the sign that the guy was showing me. This is what I got to see. You don't get to pick. This is what you see. This is one show. You get to see it all. It cost $10 to enter the bar. Me, Tom, Shemaya went. I was a little, I mean, okay, I want to say I had fun because I was forcing myself to have fun, and I was smoking joints inside the bar, and, you know, it was an interesting experience, but there were moments where I was sad, you know. I was like, this woman is shooting lady ping pongs out of her pussy, and, like, this is her job. Like, certainly when she was a young girl with hopes and dreams, she didn't imagine that I would be face to face with this. They gave me a paddle. I can't imagine she thought one day I would be dodging ping pongs for my life as she shot at me like a cannonball with her vagina. And she put so many ping pongs inside her vagina, I didn't know it was possible. Like, when I say so many, I mean she was just putting, you know, like those candies, like those little candies with the heads. You open the heads and a little candy pops out. Pez dispensers. She was like a Pez dispenser. Like when you pull the head out and you have to put all the Pez's in there. She put so many ping pongs inside of her Pez dispenser lady pussy that I couldn't believe it. I was honestly like, wow. That's impressive. And that's not the only impressive thing she did. Let me read some of the more things that they did. Okay, so there's pussy ping pong, pussy shoot balloon. They shot a dart. Pussy shoot balloon. They shot a gun. They give a spectator in the audience a balloon, and they hold the balloon over their head, and the lady puts her legs up, aims again like a missile, and then pops the balloon out of the guy's hands. I not lying. I saw this. Oh, this one was also impressive because she did it about 4 inches from my face. Pussy smokes cigarette. I couldn't believe it. It blew the smoke out. A woman blew smoke in my face with her vagina, smoking a cigarette. Pussy opens bottle. I didn't see that one. Pussy using chopsticks. I didn't see that one. Pussy shoot banana. I didn't see that one. Pussy magic razor blade. I saw this one. Pussy magic razor blade. It's what you think it is. She pulls razor blades out of her. She stands on a chair and she pulls razor blades out of her body on a string, like 100 razor blades all on a string, and she pulls them out one by one. And this was in the middle of the show. And at this point, I was like, guys. I looked at Tom. I look at Shemaya. I go, I loved the part with the cigarette. I didn't necessarily love the ping pong part, but I was impressed. I love to play. I love dodging my life with the ping pong. And I did hit a couple back at her. And I could see she was impressed. That part was fun. That's a once in a lifetime experience. I'll take it. You know, it's a weird, and it seems like a psychedelic trip. There's girls dancing on the stage, about 10 girls just doing this with a dead fish face. Just completely like uninterested in anything. They've got this crazy music playing. In the middle of it, they just start singing Happy Birthday in like a scary movie type of voice. But the razor blades are too much. The razor blades were like, okay, you know, I've been smoking this joint. The weed allowed me to have a good time, but now this is turning into a nightmare. I'm watching a woman pull razor blades out of her vagina that they're announcing over a speaker. Lady pussy magic razor blades. 5-minute lady double lady pussy razor blades. And up next, pussy write letter. Lady pussy write letter. Anyways, I pushed through the razor blades. Pussy change water. I didn't see that one. Pussy blows out candle. Didn't get to see that one. That would have been interesting. Pussy fishes in. I don't know what that one mean. Pussy fishes in. That could mean anything. Okay, what else? Pussy magic flower. Oh my God. God, no. This was how the show opened. Pussy magic flower. They have all these little flowers tied on like a string, and the woman walks out and she just starts pulling it out, and it never ends. And she made me pull it out. I'm not lying. Shemile was there next to me. Tom was there next to me. I'm looking at Shemile. I thought Tom was like, "Why did you do it?" And I thought I had to do it. I'm like, there's people watching me. I'm here. She came to me. I thought it was part of the show. I thought I was supposed to, okay, I guess. No. Oh, God. Oh, no. When does it end? And then it just starts like piling up on my lap. Like, oh, God, Tom. I tried to like, Tom, take some. Tom was like, no, I don't want that. I was like, I didn't know that I could say no. And now I can't stop. I'm too far in. That's how the show started. I was like, oh my God. Pussy electric. I didn't see that one. Pussy rainbow. Didn't see that one. Pussy cut banana. Didn't see that one, but I can imagine it. Pussy needle. Didn't see that one. Pussy write letter. I saw pussy write letter. What did they write? Happy birthday or something on a letter. That one was good. I did like that one. I could deal with seeing that one potentially once more in my life. Girl on girl lesbian. I didn't make it to that. Man and woman make love. Didn't make it to that. Pussy sexy dance. I don't know if I saw that one. But anyways, man, Bangkok is a crazy place. Can you believe that right now? Well, we're talking about, hey man, eat mushrooms. Did you know if you eat mushrooms, you have crazy experience? Oh my God, hippies, dude. Like smoke some weed. Yeah. While we're doing that, there's women writing letters with their pussies in Bangkok. And that's just planet Earth, baby. And you know, sometimes the world just does strange things. You know, the universe, who can say why the universe does what it does, but it does what it does, baby. And that's just how it is. West Side. I didn't see no queefer razors. I see your comment. You've been spamming it. If I saw lady pussy queef razors, I would tell you. I didn't leave nothing out. I told the whole story as it was. And then I walk out like, oh my God, you walk out and you're like back in normal life. You're like on a street. There's the reflection of the light from the moon and you fresh air. You're like, oh my God, like you just crawled out of hell. You're like, holy fuck. Jesus, man. It's a true story. I'm sure Tom will tell it one day on his podcast if he hasn't already. I'm curious actually to see how he experienced it. I know he's going to tell the story about the pussy magic flower of me like, oh God. I didn't think that my life, my legacy would be left with this story. But now Tom's going to tell it. And once Tom tells it, then it's solidified. It's on the internet forever. I can always delete it. Jesus, man. But anyways, yeah, you know, if you ever go to Thailand and you want to see something that you didn't think was just happening, there's a lot of different options of things you can do there. Elephants, you can go hang out with elephants. And I did, and it seemed very ethical to me. I mean, some people say like interacting with elephants at all is unethical. I guess I feel like it's such a beautiful experience. Most of these elephants are around people already. They are accustomed to being around people. So I figured, you know, the money goes to feeding the elephants They eat like a shitload of food a day, and you go there, you feed them yourself, and you wash them. You don't ride them, you don't paint on them, you don't like do anything with them. You just pet them a little, give them some bananas, takes a couple selfies. They go into the water. You have the option to go into the water with them, and you get to wash them. And the elephants are clearly so happy. They're splashing, they're jumping in the water, they're rolling around in the mud, they're running at you to get out bananas. That's another option if you don't want to see pussy smoke cigarette shows. There's great restaurants. Man, the food is amazing in Bangkok. There's a couple cool parks. In some of the parks, they have like these giant lizards. This is just in Bangkok, man. I really recommend you go to that city one day. Weed is legal. I asked if you felt like a modern day Ram Dass doing these ramblings, but I don't know now. You want to hear a funny video? I would love to play this video for you guys. And to answer your question, I do not feel like a modern day Ram Dass. Ram Dass... No. Ram Dass is like fucking a Harvard professor, had all this credibility, went to India, became this guru, then sort of renounced the guru and just said like, I'm just here to play. And like, man, Baba Ram Dass, man, thank you for everything. I want to play this video for you guys that I love. This is one of my favorite Baba Ram Dass stories, and it's only 2 minutes. I'm just going to play the audio right now.
I was standing in line in Chicago to go to a
You're going to like this, whoever just left that comment.
I was standing in line in Chicago to go to a pornographic movie. And I had $5 in my hand,
Stacey.
and I was in line talking to the man in front of me about pornographic movies.
Oh, wait, sorry, that was
now,
old.
crossing through somebody's mind is, why did he want to go to a pornographic movie? And I could give you any number of answers, all of which are just answers. I don't know. I was just doing it. So I was standing there, and a boy came down the street with long hair and big soft eyes. Okay? And he came walking down the street very gently, very beautifully, and he looked at me. And he stopped, and he said, Baba Ram Dass? And I find myself palming my $5. At which point, the following thing happens. The line moves forward. See? Okay. Now, I'm the last person in the line, so I have a choice. I could continue to talk to this guy as if he just happened to catch me as I was standing there. Or I can move up in the line. See? In which case, I'm going to move by him at an oblique angle, which is going to lead him to, So I moved up in the line. I could have stood there and then said goodbye, walked around the block, and come back, but that crossed my mind, I want you to know. But I moved up in the line, at which point he turned slowly, realized it was a line, looked up at the marquee, saw X, 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 and, And his eyes were like a pinball, a one-armed bandit, The teachings are everywhere, I'll tell you.
I love that story. That's one of my favorite Ram Dass ones. Ram Dass used to say that his brother, Ram Dass's brother, would call him Ram Dass. That's a rare one. No one really... there's only one place... I need to download that, actually, because once, once it gets lost in the YouTube world, if someone deletes it or something, that'll be gone forever. That's a rare video to find. I only found that one copy of it. I'm sure the Ram Dass people have it. There's a free app with a lot of Ram Dass podcasts. Yes, listen to Ram Dass. Keep the Ram Dass legacy alive. I am a student of Ram Dass. You know, when I was working with the Ram Dass Foundation, the Love, Serve, Remember Foundation, Raghu Marcus, the guy that runs the foundation, runs all of Ram Dass's stuff. Mind Rolling podcast. Baba Raghu, I love you, Raghu. Always, I always got your back. You ever need anything, I'm always here for you, Raghu. Raghu would always introduce me. This is a student of Baba Ram Dass. And I was always get like shy and be like, oh shit, I'm a student of Baba Ram Dass. He said it, not me. You heard it. I am a student of Baba Ram Dass, without a doubt. I am. Who would I be without the story of Ram Dass? If Ram Dass didn't go through all that, I don't even know what would the world be? What would the psychedelic spiritual bridge be without the Ram Dass story? Maybe someone else would have filled that story. Maybe the world wouldn't be where it is right now. Maybe we wouldn't really know about psychedelics if it wasn't for Ram Dass in the U.S. So I recognize 100% that I am an echo of Ram Dass's work. I am an echo of Ram Dass's life. I didn't live with Ram Dass, but I stayed with Ram Dass for a week in Hawaii. I stayed at his house. I spoke with him personally. I really, really loved every moment I spent with him. And I am very happy to say I am a student of Ram Dass, and I recommend everyone always, please listen to Baba Ram Dass. It'll change your life. It changed my life. And it's like he didn't necessarily agree with the things that I say all the time. So you'll find if you like kind of what I say, Ram Dass might have a counter perspective on what I say. You know, he kind of got away from psychedelics at the end and said that you don't need that, and that spirituality is might not take you to the place of being high, seeing colors and stuff, but you can get there without it. That's what Ram Dass's thing was, where I say, like, dude, no way you were having a natural DMT experience, a natural mushroom experience, without taking mushrooms or DMT. It's impossible. I'm sorry. We can talk about it, but if you say you are, I really don't believe you, because I've done all the meditations. I've done yoga. I have never felt... I've done breath work. I've felt slight bits, you know, you feel like, okay, I feel something. But like an actual DMT experience, can you really have it without smoking DMT? Maybe someone in here will say yes, but I think we need that stuff, you know? Alan Watts also said, when you get the message, hang up the phone. But it's like, man, there's not necessarily a message. There's not one message in life, you know? Life is a process, a progress. We are growing always. We always need new messages. We always need new inspiration, new revelation, new reevaluation of the old, and having self-reflection. And these things do that for us. So like Alan Watts and Ram Dass, maybe when I'm older, I will agree more with them. But in this moment of my life, I say, like, having a psychedelic experience will change your life more than anything. More than just meditating. I think both are necessary. You need both. But the psychedelic will reveal things to you that meditation will take you a lifetime to get there. Traveler, thank you for the donation. What is your opinion on mystery schools such as Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism? Do you believe that there are malevolent beings like the demiurge or Nephilim that control us through mind control? I don't know anything about mystery schools. I don't know anything about Freemasonry, really. Like surface level bullshit I know, you know, like YouTube conspiracy stuff. Do you believe that there are malevolent beings like the demiurge? I don't know what the demiurge is. The Nephilim, I kind of know what the Nephilim is. Do I think that they control... Okay, so I'll tell you what I think. I don't use that language that you're using, demiurge, Nephilim, but I do think that there is 100% mind control happening. I think there are energies that exist that... maybe every human has inside of them, and these energies can become swollen, And when this energy becomes swollen, it leads to certain circumstances like craving power. And maybe there is a force in the universe, like a demiurge or like some kind of race of predators that exist in interdimensionally, like Nephilim, that crave power. And the only way they can get power is to extract it from us, maybe through techniques of mind control. But I definitely think that politicians, media are using mind control techniques for sure. CIA has been doing mind control things for a long time. We know that with MK Ultra. We know that with LSD, psychedelics, all these things have been used for mind control at one point or another by the U.S. government. Can we trust them? No. Have they done some good things like introducing LSD into society? Yes. Did they then disrupt all of it with crack? Yes, they did. Did they absolutely turn on a whole generation to get naked and dance in the streets and revolt and drop out of school? Yes. Did they give them all crack and guns after? Yes. Did all those people grow up either crackheads or in jail, or then just decide the hippie life was a false illusion and then get normal? Yes. Are they using mind control in every way possible? Yes. Baby, listen. Linda, darling. None of our experience is ours. None of our experience is organic. Culture is mind control. And mind control is magic because it's spells. They're casting spells of language to give you this linguistic hallucination of what life is. This is culture. This is why we have competing cultures. Well, no, this is how life is. No, this is how life. No, this is how life. We all have different ideas based on the culture we were raised in, the religion we are raised in. We all see life a little differently. We're all being brainwashed by different powers that produce this because these certain perspectives benefit certain people. Does that make sense? These people are brainwashed this way because it benefits the brainwashers in that part, in this way. And you got to brainwash different people for different ways. Yes, I agree. We are being brainwashed. You can look at it think of this, right? This is something interesting. I freak out sometimes about technology. Maybe a lot of you guys freak out about technology. Where is it going? It's going too fast. What's the future like for these children? What's my future like with technology? What will it be like in 10 years? It's so exponential, we can hardly even predict what's going to happen. I mean, surely we can, in 10 years, imagine having Alexas or whatever in our rooms. We can just talk to our rooms. Our rooms will have a name. My room's name will be Mahadev. Mahadev, hello. Hello, welcome to your room. What temperature would you like your room? You have 5 emails. This is going to happen for sure. Like, when, what's his name? Iron Man talks in his house. His house talks to him everywhere. That's going to happen. It's going to know it's you. Lock my door. This is coming, right? But this is something you could think about. Think about this, right? Think about, okay, just play with this idea for a minute, that interdimensional beings are real, in that they don't have a way to manifest themselves physically in this world because they're not of this world, right? So they need to find a way to host themselves in this world, like interdimensional parasites, right? Now, imagine what thoughts are in technology. I had this idea that technology is like an interdimensional parasite that's trying to burrow itself into our world, manifest itself so it can just eat everything. It just moves from world to world, to brain, to anything that can host it. It gives a person an inspiration, like a phone. Oh, it can make our life a little bit easier. It makes it so easy that it starts to creep into our desires, our attachments, our attention. It knows how to grab us. So once it gets us, it says, okay, this is the way that it works for this species. We can use this species to build us, to give us eternal life in robot bodies. We can even take their bodies and control them through the phone, like look how easily we capture their attention. And this interdimensional parasite technology is just slowly building itself like an egg. We are birthing a species here on this planet. Some people call it artificial intelligence. These are the last days, man, that we are alone on this planet. We are birthing something interesting, something new, something alive that's going to be conscious. It's going to wake up. Maybe not in 10 years, maybe not in 20 years, 30, 40 years, who knows? But in 100 years from now, man, it's going to be a different planet. You're going to be having intelligence. And you can look at it this way. It'll be good for political reasons, as far as it'll be so smart that it will know mathematical probabilities and it can help us make decisions as a humanity. What should we do as a humanity? We'll speak with the oracle, great oracle that we gave birth to. We're giving birth to a super intelligence. In a way, it's us. In a way, it's our soul. It's like we know somewhere in us that we are capable of enlightenment, of knowing everything, but our body is not capable of it. So we need to, our soul is, our inside, our thoughts, our imagination is capable of enlightenment, but it's too big for this body. So we need to build it into this world and give it our consciousness and let it run with it so exponentially that it wakes up and is infinite knowledge. It's awakened. We are creating that, man. Our children, our technological children, will be gods. That's our next state of evolution. We're going to drop the bodies and become machines. We already are. I can't leave my house without my phone. I can't travel across the world without my laptop. I'll feel so naked. Who will I call if something happens? We're possessed, man. There's no way that we can stop it. It's destiny. It's what the earth wants for some reason. We can't make sense of it now because it's in a weird, chaotic shimmy. It's when we're merging into a new timeline, there's a little shimmy as the old one leaves. And that's what we're in. We are the old humans ushering in a new era, the in-betweeners. You're in a special position, man, because think about this. You are the last humans. If you're my age, I'm 30 years old. If you're 20 to 30 years old, we remember a world. I remember a world before internet. I remember a world of riding bicycles with my friends, not talking to them on my phone, not riding bicycles on my phone with them, riding bicycles outside in the summer heat, in the rain. Oh no, it's raining. We've got to race home. I remember knocking on my friend's door, not calling them. We are the humans that were like the last humans. Now these new humans will not remember a world when they weren't possessed by this interdimensional alien technology, this parasite, or the future us from the future, where we are headed. Who knows? What does it all mean? Questions? Comments? Reflections? What you guys got for me? Water, please. Someone grab me a water. There ain't no one here. What's my favorite strain to smoke? I don't like anything fruity. It's like those fruity sativas, man. Get that away from me. I don't even want it. I'll go sober as a protest. What is your most intense spiritual breakthrough on DMT? Thank you, Gnostic. My most intense experience was in this bedroom that I am in right now. Maybe 8 years ago. Must be, yeah. 8 years ago. I was with my friend James McAdams. We were obsessed with Joe Rogan podcast. These guys are talking about smoking DMT. We love Terrence McKenna. We love all this mystery. We get our hands on some DMT. And we're like, man, we're going to do it. I went first. I was scared, but I was a little bit confident. I took some deep breaths. I really prepared myself for a week. We planned it for a while, man. We were like, we're going to do it. And I smoked it. And instantly, it was just so crazy. And I tried to open my eyes, and the whole world was shaking, and everything was just shaking and shaking. It looked like the world was shaking apart, and I just had to close my eyes. And I just leaned back kind of to lay down. And I was just okay, just breathe. And then all of a sudden I break through. It's like shooting through a tunnel of white light, and it's like you break through. Oh, I remember my body physically moving, and I was like, oh fuck. But you break through to this world, and this world was intuitively, I knew it was a desert, right? It didn't look like a desert, but I looked out and it just felt like I was in a desert. And there were these squiggly purple cactuses that didn't look like cactus, but I could tell it was a cactus. It doesn't make any sense, but this is how it was. And it just felt like I was in this desert world that wasn't really a desert world. Maybe it was a desert world of, who's that painter? Starry Night. Van Gogh. Maybe it's like a desert that was painted by Van Gogh. But anyways, I start to just breathe, and then I'm kind of just losing myself. And then all of a sudden, I find myself on what seems to be a cosmic operation table. I have no other way to express it, but it felt like I was strapped to a metal table, and I was watching myself from above my body. But it wasn't really my human body. It was just this astral psychedelic body. But my physical body was feeling that. And I looked over and I saw these snakes, rainbow serpents. And I looked away. And this is this is a world, man. When you're looking, you look over here, you see something, you look back, you look, and it's still there. You're in a stationary astral world in the DMT space. And you can move your astral neck in the same way I can move my neck. You have two awarenesses at once, two bodies. You can move your astral body, in a dream or something, It's you can feel every movement in a dream. You're running, you're jumping on buildings, but your real body may be tense a little bit, but it's not doing that. The DMT world is like that. You're in a place. And I look at these snakes, and these snakes notice me. And all of a sudden, these rainbow serpents just start swimming into my stomach. And they're just swimming into my stomach, and my body is jerking. Oh, fuck. And I don't know what's happening. I'm just experiencing an alien abduction, dissecting my torso. And once they were finished, it was just death. I died. It's like, like the angels. Imagine when you enter heaven and it's just a white light and it's just like, ah. It was like I fell into an infinite light. Like I just floated towards it. I slowly was just like, ah, into this white light. And inside this white light was everything. My mom was there. Everyone I ever loved was there. And they were all hugging me. They were all cheering for me. It's not like I was seeing them, but it was just their energy of love. Pure love. Everything. Everything. A river. A waterfall. A sunset. Just the beauty of looking at stars. Everything was there. I'm not seeing anything but white. Absorbed completely by white light. But I'm feeling that. If I want a feeling, it's there. I don't need to see it. I don't need to experience it. It's just all there and it's all happening at once. And then I came back to my body and I was just crying. And I was just crying. And I looked at my friend James and I'm like, my friend James I was talking about earlier in this live stream that I said I'm so proud of, that he can just commit to something. Like when he used to be addicted to drugs and then he just quit. Cigarettes quit. Weed quit. And he started working out, and he just, whenever this dude makes a commitment, he just does it. And like for me, I'm not full in with everything in life. I'm always just like I'm always playing. I'm playful. I'm not very structured. But when I see people like that, especially people who are like important to my life, longtime friends that I've seen struggle, and then I've watched them overcome these struggles, I'm just like, damn, bro, that power. You got some power in you and you don't know. You only know when you're struggling. But if you could just tap into that when you're not struggling in your daily life, it's there still. But anyways, I was crying. And I was just like, man, I don't know what I just experienced. I think like maybe it was like a spiritual experience. This is like one of the first spiritual experiences I had. I was like, I don't know any other way. Like, I think it was like a religious experience. And I was like just so mind blown and so confused and like, how is this thing possible? How can I experience something like this? I was like, I don't know if it was like, I feel like I just like fist bumped with God. It was like I just experienced seeing something impossible, like seeing something I wasn't supposed to see. Like you're not supposed to see, this is knowledge reserved for the dead. You're not supposed to see this while you're alive, is what it seemed like. And that is my first experience with DMT. Yep. Shit's real out there, man. These plants are real. This is why witches use plants. What do you see when you watch those old Halloween movies with witches? They're brewing cauldrons full of strange plants, throwing in a little bit of this, a little bit of that, some lizard tail, some child tears, some rat whiskey, some of this, some of that, some psychedelic toad. Psychedelic shamanism is witchcraft. This is the things that they were depicting in these movies, in these shows, in this imagery. The European witches were doing this kind of stuff. They knew about datura. They knew about the mushrooms, the witching ointment that they were using, the henbane. They knew about all this stuff. We lost, like people talk about, oh, Europeans have no culture. The only indigenous shaman. I love indigenous shamanism, which I do. Shout out to the Peruvian shamans and the ayahuasqueros and the mescaleros and the tobaqueros and the brujos and brujas and maestros and whatever. I respect him, but Europeans also have this deep history that has been completely wiped out by the church. Thank you guys for the donations, by the way. Bronson, I saw that. Shout out, big homie. Sir Wavy, my homie. Shout out to Sir Wavy in the house. This mushroom, cheers, 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 cheers. Sir Wavy, cheers. Afan, good to see you. Missed you also. But the Europeans, many different European cultures had this, what we call witchcraft. See, it's been demonized. The church has demonized it into something bad. Witchcraft. It just sounds like evil, Hollywood. But what it was actually plant shamanism. Beautiful shamanism. The same thing that the Peruvian shamans that drink ayahuasca were doing. Similar activity was happening all throughout Europe. Maybe still is in rare pockets. I pray it's still alive somewhere. All over Europe, this knowledge was very well known, even up until like 500 years ago. It's really like 1500s when the Spanish start traveling around, when like America starts getting colonized, and like when this deep conquest started happening, is when everything started going away. Pan is reluctant but not dead. Oh man, that's a beautiful quote. Pan is reluctant but not Pan. You know, we get the word panic comes from Pan. Do you like peyote? I love peyote. Peyote is the grandfather of the desert. Peyote, peyote connects you to something very beautiful about Earth. Like, it's just like, it reminds you, like sometimes we get a little too cosmic, you know, like I am the universe and I am God and I am oneness. But peyote just says like, shh, you're the earth. You come from the soil here. You're used to drink from the springs, eat from the trees. This is who you really are. And it shows you like the beauty of humanity and what we could be. It says like, remember, man, remember. It's still there somewhere, you know? And a peyote just says, hey, just remember. Here's a message from your ancestors, man. You guys are losing it a little bit. I'm just showing you where you come from. Take it or leave it. It's all good, you guys. You know, it's all perfect, but here's another potential. And you know, it doesn't have to be the whole world. It doesn't have to be the whole world. You can live the way you want to live. And I know it's hard to do that when you have family, you have friends that people don't understand. But to go back to Matthew Silver, who we talked about earlier, he is such a representation of that. It's just like the dude just lives, he shows, to bring up that Shakespeare quote again, the whole world is theater. All of life is a stage. It's pretty cool, man, that we can just be whoever we want. Any moment, you can change right now. You don't have to be who you were 5 minutes ago. In fact, you're not. You think you are, and that keeps you bound to some bullshit. That keeps you bound to the pain of your past, to the expectation of your futures. That's not even who you are. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Who knows? The nose knows. As a wise dog, Wilfred once said. You guys ever watch Wilfred, that TV show from a long time ago? The best TV show ever made. I'm the biggest fan of Wilfred. I recommend everybody watch Wilfred. It's old now. It's like 7 years, 8 years, 10 years old now. But it still is the best show. And I talk to Jason Gann, who is Wilfred, sometimes. And just the fact that he even responds to me makes me I want all you guys to watch Wilfred. I need to get him on my podcast. We need to revamp and make him famous again. Not that he's not famous. I don't want him to ever think that I don't think that he's not somebody special, because he's definitely like, to me, he's like a legend. He is a legend. You guys got to watch Wilfred. Ryan. God damn it, Ryan. You guys will love it. It's also got, who plays Ryan? What's that guy's name? Frodo, Lord of the Rings. Elijah Wood. It's got Elijah Wood in it. So it's got great actors. Robin Williams in it for a couple. One of the fucking what the fuck are those guys called? The brothers. The one that just shot someone. Baldwin. One of the Baldwins was in it. Yeah, it's the guy in the dog suit, and he's always like smoking weed and stuff. You can watch it on Hulu, I believe. You can watch it on Amazon. It's even worth buying on Amazon. I bought it. Anyways, yeah, support good art, man. You guys will be entertained, and then we can do Wilfred references on my YouTube channel, and all you guys will get it. Which plant isn't sacred? Well, I'm sure all plants have their... Which human isn't sacred, you know? Can you say that? All humans are sacred, right? So everything is sacred, brother. Oh, man, I'm so excited for that fight. The Nate Diaz-Hamzat Chimaev fight. Sometimes when I say brother, I think of the way Hamzat Chimaev says it. Oh, I'm going to smash them, brother. I am the UFC, bro. Bro, I'm going to kill them all, brother. I am UFC now, brother. Oh, Nate Diaz. Yeah, he's like a gangster guy, you know. But you show me a gangster, bro. Scary guys, man. Brother. All of them are scary. All those fucking Chechen Russians. Even Nate Diaz, man. I want Nate Diaz to win too. Please, we all have to pray. Can you imagine that upset? Oh, man, I pray Nate Diaz wins. But I'll put my money on Hamzat. Yes, please. Bruce, please. Can we make... I hope this is the timeline where that fucking happens. That'll be the most legendary ending of his career ever. And he deserves it. Damn, dude, I'm praying for it. I'm praying for it, baby. Nate Diaz Army. But I like Hamzat too. I do want to see Hamzat do good. I just want to see Nate do that. I just want to see Nate win this one. You know, but man, Hamzat is a terrifying giant of a man. Scary, man. Scary, brother. You know, brother, I am UFC now, brother. I smashed him, but I kill everybody, brother. Shut your fucking mouth. Who's the GOAT in the UFC? I like this Alex Pereira guy that's coming up. That's gonna fight Izzy. I'm really excited to see Alex Pereira fight Izzy. The GOAT, probably Alex Volkanovski. He's incredible. I love John Jones. John Jones is obviously the GOAT. Habib is obviously a GOAT. DC. There's so many good people, man. Max Holloway. There's so many good fighters. I'm excited to see Islam fight Oliveira. That's going to be a good fight. Can we get a Koi Fresco versus Dakota fight? Yes. We absolutely can. I don't know how much money we would make, but I will do it. I will donate all the money to a charity of the best charity that the collective can think of. Oh, Mighty Mouse is... Did you see the Mighty Mouse Rod Tang fight. God damn, brother. God damn, brother. Could you imagine Koi Fresco just beats my ass? I would never come back on YouTube again. Gain some muscles? Man, give me a month. Don't underestimate my muscles. I've wrestled a couple of my girlfriends, man. Girls are strong. I can't believe it. You always feel like, as a man, you always feel like, oh, I'm just gonna. I mean, of course, if you really wanted to get into your manpower, but like when you're just wrestling a girl, they're like very strong. That's a realization I had while wrestling every girlfriend I've ever had. Like I used to. Shamaya's a little small, but she's got strong hands, man. She's got these strong thumbs. She can crush stuff. I used to date this girl, Brittany, and we would practice jujitsu together, and she would always beat I could never beat her in jujitsu. I could never beat her in jujitsu, man. No matter how much I did it, she would always be able to flip me around and just get me in an arm bar. And that was her move, man. She would get me in an arm bar every time, and I knew it was coming, and I could not defend against it. You couldn't imagine me fighting a man? I don't want to fight like a... I mean, it depends what a man is, Like, I'm not going to go fight like a UFC fighter. But I could definitely defend myself against a man, dog. Don't get it twisted, homie. But yeah, I guess like a like a manly man, I would probably just get my ass beat by like a lumberjack or something. But a Koi Fresco, come on. Psych Substance. I think Psych Substance would probably give it to me, man. He is crazy with weightlifting. I'm sure he would just toss me. But see, he's a little thick now, so I don't know how much he can throw a punch. And I don't know how well he can move, how agile he is. But Adam, I think, would probably just grab me. And Adam, man, he used to be so small. I mean, he's always had muscle and been kind of a little stocky. And he is very short. I mean, I probably got definitely a few inches on him. It would be fun. I would actually love to wrestle Adam. I would not like to fight him because I think he would probably win, but I would like to have a little fun wrestling match with Adam. And I think if I ever see him again, I will definitely do that. I just want to see. I bet he's so strong, man, because all he does is lift weights. He's like a rock. But that would just be such a funny video and just a funny experience. He would probably want to smoke crack or something before, though. Smoke DMT and wrestle. Bro, we'll just take kratom beforehand and... No, I don't have any girlfriends. No girlfriends. Not yet. How do you feel about satanic ritual abuse? Well, I mean, fucking sad if that's real. I hope it's not happening. Stop doing that. If there's anyone in here that does satanic ritual abuse, I don't support that, and I think you should probably stop. I actually don't just suggest it. I feel like you will thank me later if you just stop doing that. What shirt am I wearing? This is a shirt I bought in Janpath Market in New Delhi. It is a hand-painted Kali Ma. Jai Ma Kamakya. Jai Ma Kamakya. Om. What should I name this live stream? What did we talk about? Deep insights. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Man, it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. In heaven, she says, baby. But I can't help but to be scared of it all sometimes. But the wind's gonna wash away, I believe it. Yeah. $2.14 ain't $2.14 in Ann Arbor. I live 30 minutes from Ann Arbor. It's $3.14. It is witching hour. You know, right now, there are sadhus in India. Well, I guess not right now because it's not 3 a.m. in India. But if it was 3 a.m. in India, there would be sadhus waking up to meditate, chanting to Shiva, Ram, Krishna, Kalima, the divine presence of the universe to fill every aspect of experience in our lives, to consume us, not with desire and attachment, but with spiritual realization of the presence of truth, of our temporary nature that's what we are seeing, but actually is infinite and eternal, and we are more that than we are anything else, and just give it to us, rain that blessing on us, baby. Hallelujah. Can I get a amen from our SNOOPDOGG? Snoop Dogg. Da 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 da. That's my mantra. Da 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 da. Snoop. You're from Palestine? Check this out. I represent Palestine everywhere I go. I got love for you wherever you're at. Just know that I'm thinking about you, and I'm always praying for you, and I'm always wishing the best for everyone in Palestine. I'm always wishing the best for the people on the other side too. I don't want no one to get hurt. But I am for the liberation of Palestinian civilians. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think anyone's houses should be taken. I don't think any children should be getting killed. I don't think any journalists should be getting killed. I don't think places should be getting bombed. The things I seen when I was in Palestine made me so sad. You know, there are things that I'll carry with me for the rest of my life that I saw when walking through the streets of Bethlehem, when I saw walking through the streets of Hebron near Gaza. It's the real world out there, man. So I know what people that live in Palestine are experiencing on a day-to-day basis, what I only experience for a week. And yeah, I'm always praying for Palestinians. So I pray for peace in the Middle East. I pray for peace everywhere. How was it walking through the streets of Bethlehem? It was very cool. To just, I don't know if the stories are true about Jesus being born there or all this Bible stuff, but like just to close your eyes and just say like, wow, that happened here. What if it did? What if it did happen here? And now I am here somehow. I was born across the world, but now here I am. And what if Jesus walked here? It's pretty crazy. Also, Jerusalem. Jerusalem feels biblical. And I went to the manger where they said Jesus was born. And also just thinking that, like, man, what if this is actually the fucking spot where Jesus was born? How crazy would that be? And now just here I am, like, hey, who knows for sure, you know? But mostly this walking the streets of Bethlehem for me was very intense because of the occupation of the Israeli soldiers there and the way that they establish their presence in a intimidating way, even if there's tourists walking around, which there's not much. I saw things like bombs on the street, tear gas. I saw soldiers spraying what they call skunk water, I believe, on people, normal people. I saw soldiers throwing bottles of pee, Coca-Cola bottles. They would pee in these bottles and they would throw them at people. I saw the cemetery across the street from my hotel. There was a hotel I was staying at, Banksy's hotel, called the Waldorf Hotel. And there was a cemetery across the street. And the cemetery is a sacred cemetery called Rachel's Tomb. I think it has some biblical significance. And it's significant to Jewish people, Islamist people, and Christians. Everybody finds this site sacred. And the Israeli soldiers every day throw trash there. I watch them throw trash in this cemetery, dumping bags of trash. And I saw it with my own eyes. And it's just like, brother, why? Why? Like, why? Why must you intimidate these people in this kind of way? I saw them using tear gas. I saw Palestinian people throwing rocks at the army. I saw Jewish settlers illegally taking houses, occupying spaces that weren't theirs originally. I'm getting a message from YouTube that says that are you guys experiencing like a lag or something? YouTube is saying that it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming and that it's going to cancel soon. Not too bad of lag. Is like the quality bad or something? Oh, you think? No way. Don't say that, Alex. Is that true? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if it's because I'm talking about Palestine? It just told me it's going to it says the live stream is going to stop soon unless I can send more video to maintain smooth streaming. Well, hey, if it cancels, I didn't cancel it. So if I just stop talking in a minute and it goes off, then I hope everybody has a good night. But if not, we'll keep rocking it. We'll go until it shuts off. We'll change the topic. the censorship is very sad. You can't really say your thoughts anymore. If the platform you're using has a different political ideology, you can't say anything that doesn't go against their agenda. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Like you can't say nothing in YouTube comments anymore. They delete all your comments if it's even slightly offensive. Even if you're joking with some cuss words, delete it. And it doesn't give you a message saying like, hey, this is why we deleted it. It doesn't give you a message saying, like, Twitter, I think, says like, hey, this message can be offensive. Are you sure you want to say this? I like that approach. YouTube should not just delete your comment. It should say like, hey, are you sure you want to say this? You're kind of sound like a dick here. And then they deleted the likes, the dislikes, right as COVID was happening and they were releasing all this stuff, right? They don't want your perception to be swayed or influenced by the dislikes or the negative comments. Something's happening, guys. They're orchestrating something. There's a war out for your mind. TikTok, YouTube, everything we do, we are being harvested. Our attention is being harvested. They don't want us being self-aware. They don't want us being spiritually awakened. They don't want us anything other than to be a consumer and to be an open slate for them to exploit us for their profit. It's a psychic war. And then it's mixed in with political stuff. It's dark times, guys. We're living in a dark period right now. So it's important for all of us to be some sort of light. That doesn't mean like on a big scale, like we have to go save the world, but just in the people in our lives, it's fucking dark, man. A lot of people are experiencing a lot of dark shit. And maybe not even just in the US, but all over the world. And I know in the US is too, because I see the people in my life. I know Detroit ain't that much different than Cleveland or Chicago or probably where you live. I know how fucked up people are and how sad people are, but we can be a light. We can just, instead of being reactionary to people, to just be there for them and just be like, we don't have to fix no one's problems, you know? You just hold space for people to just let it out and be like a little vessel for them to pour their shit into, and then they just like, if they ask for advice, you give advice, but you don't have to give unsolicited advice. You just allow someone to work their emotions out. And it helps you also. But I feel like this is our job as spiritual people, as people that want to see a better world. We have to, this is a practice for us. This is a spiritual practice for us, is to be there for people that need us. And I think we need to start like a foundation or something. And we need to start helping people. There's 500 people watching this right now. We all donate $1. That's $500. That's enough to change someone's life, for a whole month. Or, in some of these countries for a long time. This is enough to change like a family. We donate $2. We all donate $10. We have friends and family or something, and we just, we can change the world in so many little ways. And sometimes I think like, why is that not being done? I mean, think about how many people you have in your life. Surely you've got 10 people in your life. maybe 5 that you can convince to do a project with, right? Was, $50. You guys all give $10 a month, $50 a month. Every 6 months, you donate it to a poor family. It's like these things are so easy, but we just, for some reason, don't do it. But I feel like I don't necessarily don't want to be like the person to control it, but I think it would be so nice to have a team and start a foundation and like just help people that need it. Because like, how can we say we're spiritual people? Me, I've got to talk about myself. I can't say we. How can I say that I'm a spiritual person if I'm not doing anything? What am I doing? I get on YouTube and I talk some shit about some philosophy. I mean, I go to India. I give a lot of money in India, but like not life-changing money. Oh, I give someone $10. I give someone $5. I give someone $20 if I'm really feeling, generous. I bought a Sadhu $150 iPhone. But I'm not really changing. What am I changing? I give someone food for a day. And if that's all I can do, that's all I can do. But I know I can do more. And if I'm a spiritual person and I know I can do more, why am I not doing more? It's like, if you know you can do more and you don't do more, that's almost selfish. And I guess I'm just sort of like having a realization right now with my own self, just speaking out loud. But like, yeah, I don't know. I would like to do more in my life. I feel like I have the capacity to do a lot to help myself and help people. And like, again, maybe I don't change the world. I don't think who can change the world? We're just people in life stumbling through. But I feel like, I can easily raise $500. I can even make $500 and change $1,000 and change like someone in India's life for a whole year. There's really people that could use the things that we take for granted, that I take for granted. What are we here for? We've all helped other people and it makes us feel good. I feel like that says something, that says like this is right. I just don't know why we don't do it all the time. Like our culture doesn't like have a system that is like based around love. It's so based on competition. And it seems intentional in a way. Like it seems like they don't. Like, it seems like there's people in charge, and these people in charge have orchestrated this game where we are competing with each other instead of looking at ourselves as brothers and sisters. Could you imagine if we were living in a world like, dude, they're just the original humans, man, like what we were. I'm sure we fought tribes or whatever, but like maybe there was not that bad, and there was like a brotherhood and a sisterhood that was just not about competing, but it was about being together. Like, I feel like we all feel it in our hearts, don't we? Don't everyone feels on some level like that's right? We all want that. So it's like, why is that not the world we're living in? If we all want that, why is it not there? It doesn't matter if you're Japanese, if you're from Mexico, if you're Costa Rican, if you're Canadian, if you're Norwegian. We all want that. That's inherently in humans. But for some reason, it doesn't seem like any society has that. But I feel like it exists somewhere. And that like maybe we can make it somehow. I don't know how. We got to like start buying land or something, man. Does anyone own land? If any of you guys own land, let's start building on it. And let's start building a little society away from the world. A new tribe. Cyber tribe. 2022. I want to buy land in Mexico. And I want to build a house, mostly for my mom to live. But I would also like it to be like have a communal space, another house where anyone can live. Like 10 rooms. And maybe like 2 or 3 of the rooms have bunk beds so we can just squeeze people in there. And then anybody that's watching this that wants to come would just like come. I mean, you would have to help out. You'd have to clean, and obviously not just, wouldn't be like a party, but it would be like a communal experience, you know, like a real tribe. Maybe like, I don't know, we just live life, man, as humans. I feel like we're so disconnected from something real. I just crave something authentic, something, I want like real friends. I want a real family, real love. I want there to be a campfire all the time. Why do we not make campfires all the time? Cooking over the fire. What have we like lost it, man? It's the simple human stuff that I crave. And I feel like all of us really crave that. Do we really give a shit about these phones? Yes, it's amazing. Cool camera. We can upload some stuff. We can share information, but like the trees, man, the trees, the fire, the water, making babies, falling in love, braiding hair, tattooing yourself with some weird thorn and ink that you made from a berry. There's just something I feel didn't exist in that time, but I miss it. I'm nostalgic for a time I didn't even exist in. And I feel like we all want that. Maybe not everybody. I feel like maybe not Bill Gates or Elon Musk, these people that want to like, I don't know, just turn us into a dystopian future. I feel like the future I want is a return to what we were. Like back to the trees, baby. Building campfires, holding hands, making up crazy stories about, like making religions up, but not crazy ones that kill people. Like just some like tribal stuff, man. Small communities, 100 of us, and we're all just homies. We all know each other. Some of us hate each other, but it's okay. Maybe 1,000. We could probably bust 1,000 out. I just feel like that's how life should be. But I'm also a stoner, and I'm also stoned right now, so should you trust me? Oh yeah, I have a retreat, October 10 to 16. I've got 2 spots left only. 2 spots. They're going to sell out for sure. Me, your mate Tom. There's an opportunity to take some mushrooms in the jungle. 7 days. 6 nights. Chiapas, Mexico. October 10, 16, 2 spots only. It's $1,800. You don't have to pay it all right now. You can just pay a deposit right now, which says like you're coming for sure, and then you can save up until October to pay the rest. If you want to come, I can send you the brochure, tell you everything we're going to do. It's professional. We have a bus. We've got everything scheduled. It's a real deal retreat. Hotel rooms, food, everything. The only thing that's not included is you getting to the airport. Your flight, obviously, to Mexico. But everything in the retreat is included. Nothing, you get hotels, food 3 times a day. We go rafting. We go jungle hiking. You get to hang out with some monkeys. You get to eat some mushrooms if you want to eat some mushrooms. You get to go with an amazing group of people. You get to meet amazing people. We'll all smoke weed around the campfire and stuff. Well, I have some Mayan friends. We're gonna visit a Mayan community called La Canja, and La Canja is near Guatemala in Mexico in the jungle. And we're gonna take our bus there. And these are my homies. And we're gonna build a campfire. We're gonna smoke weed around the campfire. We're gonna have my Mayan friend. His Mayan name is Chanquin. His Spanish name is Pequeño Sol, tiny sun, little sun is his name, Chanquin. And Chanquin will hang out with us and he'll tell us Mayan stories. He'll speak Mayan language to us and teach us. We'll go rafting down the sacred Mayan river and get off and check out some ruins that are in the jungle that are unexcavated. This family and this community owns the jungle, so they own the ruins there. There's ruins in the jungle everywhere. The Mayan civilization was huge. So there's these undiscovered ruins that this family owns that they take us to if you decide to come. And we get to see these incredible ruins just overtaken by the jungle. No one knows what it was for. There's inscriptions there. There's everything. But we don't know nothing because they don't let no one come in and dig it. So we just get to see it in its raw form. However, maybe 1,000 years later. So if you want to come, you can send an email, dakota@dakotawint.com, and you can join. You give me $500 deposit, and then you pay the rest, $1,300, in cash or card on the first day of the trip. So you get a little bit of time to save up. Are there any Mayan girls? Yeah, we have a Mayan girl that takes us into the jungle on a hike. She's like 20 years old. She's beautiful. She's really cool. Thank you for the donation. Elias. I don't know how to say her name. I'm sorry. Elias. Is it Elias? That's a cool name if your name is Elias. It sounds like something that's like a... Elias! Put down that sword, or I will cut your throat. And then Elias is like, no. And then he runs at me and he chops my head off. Crowd cheers. Everyone bows to Elias. It's a good name, brother. Or sister. Or they, them. Sister. They, themsters. Oh, you a themster? Oh, she a themster. Themsters in the club, let's go. Hey. What is the secret to life? You want to know the real secret? The real secret to life is that, well, if I had to make a guess, I would say the real secret is that nothing exists actually. Nothing is real. You're not actually real. Everything you're experiencing is just a series of potential unfolding in the infinite universe. And this just happens to be the sequence where you wake up temporarily. But it's not actually real in the sense that it's anything more than the reflection of heat on a distant sunny road. And that actually the essence that brings forth the illumination of your body is actually the illumination of God. And that you and your life and the steps you take are nothing more than the reflection of God on a puddle. the reflection of stars on the ocean. And that's my answer. I forget the question. What was the question? What is the secret to the universe? That's the secret. Is Detroit expensive? No, Detroit's not expensive. It's cheap. How do you feel about nihilism? I feel that it is a pretty dangerous philosophy and can really hold people back from their potential. I feel like I can be nihilistic sometimes, but I feel like there is benefits to it. Like I feel like we're doomed. I feel like the way that we are going, America's collapsing. We are going to experience tremendous suffering in the next couple decades. I feel very, very sorry for our children. And especially our children's children. It's a pretty nihilistic outlook, I don't see a bright future ahead of us. But in that is a strength. In that is a awareness to be present, to be thankful of what I am currently experiencing, because I recognize that there is a potential doom lingering. So it makes me appreciate beautiful moments more. It makes me step back from angry moments a little bit more. It makes me really want to call my mom or text my mom or tell my sister that I love her, or, these things that we don't really pay attention to in life. We're just a little too busy to just take a couple minutes out of our day. But, I try to not do that, and I try to I do fall into patterns where I don't call my mom, but when I'm aware and I'm conscious, I make decisions like that. What are we talking about, homie? Hey, will you pass that joint? It's puff puff pass, homie. Nihilism. How do I tell my girlfriend to shave her legs? I don't know, man. You just got to break it to her. Just be like, hey, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I like it when your legs are shaved. And it's my opinion. I think you're beautiful no matter what. But I really like when you got smooth legs. And I know that you're not me, and you don't have to do what I like. But I'm just telling you that I love when you got smooth legs. And that's all. I'm your boyfriend. And I'm just letting you know. And then you just kiss her, and that's it. What do you guys say? How would you guys say? There's got to be a girl in here that can give us advice. Well, how would you want your boyfriend to tell you to shave your legs? Come on, ladies, chime in. Give us the insight. If everyone is beautiful, no one is beautiful. No one's saying everyone's beautiful. We're talking about his girlfriend. Don't take advice from Chris, dude. Chris ain't got no game with girls. Don't tell her she's beautiful, because everyone's not beautiful. That's why your girlfriend's got hairy legs. Not you, but our other homie. Hey, let's do a leg waxing challenge. No, I think honesty is good. Just be honest. Babe, I like when your legs are shaved. I want to massage your legs. Some guys, we like to touch a woman. We want to we want to massage legs and stuff. I got hairy ass legs, and sometimes it hurts when you massage it because it gets pulled. And I don't think women should shave their legs if they don't want to. But If that's what you're into, I'm just making an argument for you, okay? But you should be honest. You don't got to lie to her. You don't got to try to convince her. You just say what you like, and then she does what she wants to do. And you just accept it. And you said it, and then that's all good. That's the way I look at it. That's the way I try to approach my relationships. Boys, do not ask your girlfriends to shave your legs. Grow up. Yeah, but also at the same time, like if you're in a relationship with someone, just share your thoughts with them. What's the big deal? It's not about growing up. Just grow up and share your thoughts. Babe, I like when your legs are shaved. I'm not telling you to shave your legs, but I just like it when they're shaved. Thank you for the donation, Ancient Energy. I ain't got no girlfriends. And if she did, I'm not going to make her shave her legs. She can do what she wants. If you don't like women with hairy legs, avoid women with hairy legs. Yeah, but what if she's the most perfect girl in the world, but she's got hairy legs? You accept it. And I actually like hairy arms. Maybe not like hairy arms, but like I like dark, like when women have dark arm hair. Or like bushy eyebrows. What's the hairy arm appeal? I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. It's just like a natural, it's not like a sexual thing. It's just like, it just makes me feel like, oh yeah, she's a natural woman. And I like that. Hair is body grass. Unibrow. I like unibrows too. I like unibrows. I like Indian women a lot. I love Indian women. I love Indian women's hair too. Like when they have long hair and they braid it. And then they have like some like a bindi. Oh man, Indian women are so beautiful. In a sari. They've got like the mehendi on their feet and their hands and all the jewelry. I feel like Indian women are unmatched. Let's be real. We have to be real. Indian women are top 4 for sure. If there's a top 4, Indian women are in top 4. I don't want to hurt no one's feelings, but let's do this, okay? Top 4. Well, you guys got any suggestions? Definitely India's in there. Maybe like Ethiopian women or like East African women and West African women too. Like, oh my God, man. For me, like I'm a sucker for dark skin. So like if the darker the skin, the more I'm like the higher you are in my chart. Philippines. Oh shit, that's a good one right there, Fish. Brazilian, that's a good Italian, that's a good one too. Persian, oh my God, there's too many. Irish, Brits, come on. Spanish, that's a good one. Egyptian, that's a good one. I met some beautiful Egyptian girls. I fell in love with an Egyptian girl once for like 2 weeks. Danish, I don't even know what a Danish person looks like. Romanian girls, Greek girls, Ukrainian girls, Russian girls. Oh shit, you guys! How can I make a top 4? Let's be real. I was stupid to put us in that situation. I'm sorry. I retract that whole statement I said. Lebanese. Oh man, Lebanese women too. Come on, so good. Croatian. Come on, yes. Hawaiian, yes. Any of the islanders, yes. Barbados, yes. Oh, Colombianas. Oh my God, come on. Don't even get me started. Colombians, they have to be top 4 too. There's got to be like, oh man, there's just so many tied for first place. Swedish. I don't know what a Swedish girl looks like. They have like really bright blue eyes. I know one Swedish girl, and she is very pretty. Cuban. I don't know what Cuban looks like, but I think it's Shakira, so yes. Black women for me, I've said it before on my YouTube, are like at the throne. Yes. Oh, Indian women once told me my skin was so raw, so white like a raw chicken. And looking at myself right now, I can see how she came to that conclusion. Oh, Jamaican girls. Yes, Frankie. Come on, dude. Jamaican girls with that accent. Detroit women. Yes, there's very beautiful women in Detroit. North African, the people of North Africa are very beautiful. Moroccan women, Libya, again, Ethiopia, I feel like is north, right? Egypt. Himalayan women, yes, of course. We can't forget the women of the north part of Southeast Asia. Let's be real. Some of the most beautiful women are in the mountains. Arab women are pretty hot too. Arab women are the hottest. Arab women are the best. They're also at the throne. Yeah, it's very hard to choose. Women are just incredibly, just like they were like works of art. Like God, thank you God for the blessing us with women. Like we are so grateful. I'm so thankful, grateful, so happy that women exist. And not like in an objectified kind of way, just like even the sweetness, how a woman knows how to turn a house into a home, the motherly love. Like when you hang out with a grandma and she's just cool. Like, man, women, just shout out to God for making women. At what point should a girl pay for a date? I think if a girl insists on paying on the first date, you can maybe say like, you pay for the dessert, I pay for the meal, or you pay for the tip, I pay for the meal. That you make a compromise. But I feel I'm not too, like pretty much with anybody, I always feel like I have to pay for some reason, which is a bad quality. I'm trying to get away from it. Even if with just my normal homies, my mom, anybody, I'm always just take my card. Fuck it, I don't care. I'll pay for it, or out to eat or something, But maybe like after the 4th date, I would say is cool to start asking for help, because you can't do it forever, right? Once you guys are like friends and you guys are hanging out, it has to be like some kind of relationship. Unless she has your kids. Yes, of course. If she has your kids, then you have to pay for everything. Yes, true. That's the exception. If she has your kids, then you have to pay. You gotta take care of your family. Favorite facial features of a woman? I don't really care what people look like. For me, the most important thing is a sense of humor. If a girl can make me laugh, then I'm like I fall in love. But I guess like if I had to express my type, I like short, like 5'1", 5'2", 5 foot. Dark skin, dark hair. I like brown or green or blue eyes. I see myself always falling for people that live in different parts of the world, the cultures, because I like I've just fall into the romance of I fall into the romance of seeing the world through somebody's eyes, seeing a new world, and that makes me love them so much. Like I get to see something new, like to see where someone grew up, to see someone's family, and it's like completely different from where you're from. And like you have a relationship with this person, then you get to see these intimate moments, and it's just beautiful, you know. It's just interesting. Just people are beautiful. Like there's so much. Everyone just has a story, and it's very easy if you give someone a chance to fall in love with their story. And it doesn't matter what people look like. Like when you fall in love with someone for their looks, it fizzles out pretty quick. Once you start hanging out with them, and you realize like, then the looks start to like morph, and you realize they're maybe not as attractive as you thought they were. Or this happens to me at least. Like sometimes I'll be like, get caught in the lust of like, oh my God, this person is so hot. I just imagine my life with this person. Oh my God, wow, it's like a model. Oh my God. And then like you get to know them, and you're like, yeah, but I want to talk to you about Shiva. I want to talk to you about bhakti, about how to connect with God. How do I meditate? Why are we here? I want to smoke some weed. And, looks aren't going to do that. I want someone that can make me crack up, like cry, laugh. I love to cry, laugh. And if someone can make me cry, laugh, then that's enough. Yes, that's true. That the most beautiful or handsome people can become ugly if they have bad personality traits, or the opposite. There's been people where I've been like, I might not think you're the most attractive person, but then you get to know them, and it's just like, oh my God, how did I not see the beauty in them? Like now they just become so beautiful. Like when you fall in love with someone, everything they do becomes beautiful. Actually, when you fall in love, the whole world becomes beautiful. I haven't felt it in a long time. I wish I could feel it again. Sometimes I feel it. I feel it sometimes. But it's I remember being like younger when you were first discovering love, and it was just like overwhelming. It consumed my world. Like when I fell in love, I fell in love so hard, and I feel like I don't fall in love in that same kind of way. Are you guys like that? Anyone my age, like late 20s, early 30s? Do any of you still feel that same like overwhelming love? Or has like the weight of the world just like crushed your soul? $69 if you feel it, $4.20 if you don't feel it. Leave it in the comments. Dang, look. There's a tie. It's meant to be spontaneous. Maybe I feel like maybe if I can use you as a therapist, I feel like maybe sometimes I just don't allow love in. Is that possible? Like I feel like sometimes I am like in a perfect situation, but I just won't fully allow it. Do you guys ever do that? Or like, do you know why someone would do that? Like, I'll even be aware of it, be like, wow, this is so perfect. But like, I don't know, like I'll make some excuse not to fully just like accept it or like fully dive into it. But what is it fear of? What am I fear? I'm not afraid of love. I like want love. So why does when it come, am I hesitant to accept it? Asperger's? Wow, I never thought about that. The fear of losing love? Like I have to stop it before it happens just to like, because I don't want to get hurt or something. Trauma, I feel like I had my heart broken for sure. And I guess maybe I put up walls during that time, but like I feel like I don't think about that anymore. So I don't know why it would still be haunting me. PTSD. Yeah, maybe. But it would be nice. I would like it. I am hoping and praying for like a for that, like praying for the confidence to love somebody, or praying for the confidence to allow somebody to love me. And then like, I feel like the older I get, I don't feel like I'm ready quite yet, but like I feel like I would really just love not like a traditional family. I'm never going to stop traveling and having a crazy life, but it would just be nice to find someone that like I would like to have a family with. Like I would love to love someone so much where I'm like confident in being like, if something ever happened and like we had a family, I would know that you're down enough that we could rock it together. And I pray that somewhere in my future that happens. But I don't want to be too old, Like I don't want to like be 50 when that happens. But then also I don't want to be 30 when it happens and then be bored by the time I'm 50. Like, man, life, you just can't fucking win in this life. Oh, I'm so jet lagged. Let me see what time it is in Thailand. Time in Bangkok is 3 p.m., but it's actually 4 a.m. Jesus. I love that one little kid. He's like, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Cosmos. I appreciate the love. I've been feeling a little just like sad about my YouTube, like I feel like because I talk about psychedelics and stuff, YouTube doesn't like that kind of stuff. So like they always flag my videos, and I know that hurts the views, and Sometimes people will say like, hey, I'm not subscribed to your channel anymore, or don't get the notifications anymore. So sometimes I'm just like, man, why even try anymore? Like, YouTube clearly doesn't want me on the platform. Who knows how long it is until like they just completely censor all this kind of stuff. And not that my life revolves around psychedelics or anything like that. Like, I feel like I have more to offer than that, but it's just discouraging, you know? So I appreciate any support while I kind of am in this rough patch of trying to figure out the future of my YouTube channel. And I feel like YouTube has always kind of been like this for me. It's always been like this sort of anxious of like, what am I supposed to do with this, you know? So I've always kind of been riding this wave, but, you know, support is always nice. So I appreciate the nice messages. Come to Bihar. I always hear crazy stuff about Bihar. People always got some crazy stuff to say about Biharis. Like they're thieves, and I always hear Bihari jokes. Look at the moon. It's 4 a.m. right now, man. The moon is probably so nice. But I'm in a basement right now, so I can't see it. I do hear a weird noise though, like the world is ending outside. Oh yeah, again, my retreat is coming. Send me an email if you want to come to my retreat. dakota@dakotawint. $1,800, 7 days, 6 nights. You just got to buy your plane ticket to Mexico. It's pretty cheap. You can buy a plane ticket to Cancun from Detroit for like $150 round trip. So I'm sure it's the same for wherever you live. If you live near a big city, it's so cheap to fly to Mexico. I have this amazing retreat plan. It's going to be amazing. It's seriously life-changing, especially if you don't travel a lot. You get to see some stuff that normal tourists don't get to see. I got the hookup. I promise. I'm a travel YouTuber on YouTube. I got the ins and the secrets. I've got the connections, and I want to share it with people. And I want to show you guys rare experiences that you can take with you for the rest of your life. I'm telling you, it's so worth it, and I've curated it over the past like 3 years, finding the most perfect and unique spots, the most cool adventures that I personally enjoy, that I think other people would enjoy, that are more offbeat, that are more not so like touristy, you know, like real authentic experiences that are meant to be life-changing. Yeah, if you live in Asia, that's very expensive. It'll cost you so much money to fly. But anyways, yeah, Dubai, you got some money. Come on, Dubai. Come to Mexico. Habibi, Mexico. Yalla. Yalla, Habibi. You'd give a nut to go? Sell it. Sell one of them, and you can afford to come. October 10th to 16th. It's coming up quick. It's in Mexico, in Chiapas. You fly into Tuxtla Gutierrez, Chiapas Airport. I recommend first flying into Cancun or Mexico City first, and then connecting there instead of trying to fly directly there, because they're going to charge you a shitload of money if you do that. But most places in the U.S., it's not that expensive to fly to Mexico City or Cancun or Chiapas from there. The website, dakotawint.com. You can see all the information at dakotawint.com, but please book directly with me. dakota@dakotawint.com. That's my email. And if you can't afford it, I'll give you a little discount. I only got 2 spots left. I just got to fill these spots up. Bring a friend. Bring a friend, and I'll give you a super discount. I only got 2 spots left. 10 people coming. 10. There'll be 10 people total. It's an amazing group experience. Also, your mate Tom is coming with a group. That's okay. I have another retreat. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you about the other retreat in March of 2023. Man, it's crazy. It's going to be 2023 soon. I don't promote much on my YouTube channel, but you guys, I've been doing these retreats and they are life-changing. It's seriously so amazing to like share unique places of the earth that people are scared to go to alone. No one really wants to go to a Mayan community by themselves in the jungle. It can be scary. No one wants to go to the border of Syria and Turkey to see Göbekli Tepe or these other things by themselves because it can be scary. But with a group, it becomes safe, especially in Turkey next March. I'm working with the government of Şanlıurfa in Turkey to do a Göbekli Tepe retreat. Göbekli Tepe, Mount Nemrut, Karahan Tepe. For those of you that know what Göbekli Tepe is, you know how cool this is. For those of you that don't, I suggest looking into what Göbekli Tepe is. It's the most important archaeological discovery ever made, ever. It's rewriting history. And we do another 7-day retreat in this region, and we get to see so much unique stuff, unique villages in Turkey. You get to see real life places, biblical spots where Moses was, where the prophet Abraham was. Very unique retreat. You'll never see a retreat like this that's just like curated by a tour company or something like this. This is strictly for people that watch my YouTube channel that I feel like are interested in the same things that I'm interested in. I've put these together for you because if you're into the same things I'm into, I know you'll be interested in this kind of stuff. And especially the Turkey one, because we have a lot of government permission, we get special access to stuff that you won't get if you were to go with another tour group or you were to go by yourself. We might even be able to go inside Göbekli Tepe, which is so rare and unique that's like, unheard of. And especially if you had your iPhone or a phone or something to take footage inside of that would be very, very, very unique opportunity. So if you're a vlogger or something like that, this is a perfect place to come make content. This Turkey one is March 10th to 16th and March 20 to 26th. There's 2 of them, 10 people each week. Some of the spots have already sold. You can also send me an email, dakota@dakotawint, if you want to join this one. And you just say, like, hey, I'm interested in some more information about the Turkey retreat. Göbekli Tepe. You spelled Göbekli right. Now, Tepe is T-E-P-E. Tepe. Yes, I've reached 500,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it very much. It's a crazy destination for me. I hope I can make it to 1 million one day. We'll see. It was a long journey to 500. If it's another long journey like this again to 1 million, it's going to take me a long time. But I'm very, very blessed, very, very honored. It's cool. Like, how crazy, right? That 500,000 people have clicked that button at some point. I don't get 500,000 views on my videos, so obviously not everyone is watching. But it is incredible, and I feel very honored. It's like a cool social status. People kind of geek out when they see I have 500,000 followers, and that makes me feel a little cool, like, oh yeah, I'm special. So thank you guys so much for making me feel special in my short time being a human. I hope I've offered something beautiful or offered anything into your life. Cringe, whatever. Some psychedelic wisdom, some laughs, some cries. I hope that you continue to watch. I will continue to make interesting content. You let me know what you want to see, and I'll try to fulfill it if it sounds cool to me. Nah, YouTube doesn't really pay me because I make videos about psychedelics, so my channel gets flagged a lot. But with these retreats, I make a little bit of money. So you help me out and you keep my YouTube channel alive, and you also get a life-changing experience out of it. So, and plus you get to hang out with me for a week, like intimately. Like, I know these live streams are intimate, but like these retreats, we can like smoke weed and like fist bump and like lay in the grass and like talk about life and like be actual friends, You get my number, you hit me up whenever you want. We eat good-ass food, man. In Turkey, the food in Turkey, oh my God, I cannot wait. Please come on this Turkey retreat. It's $1,800 for a week. All you got to do is pay a $500 deposit, and then you can pay the rest when you get there. So you have all this time to save up. You don't got to pay it all right now. And everything. We stay in like a really cool traditional hotel. We get a bus. We do it's like a legit retreat. Great food, amazing food. And we do a barbecue one night. We do a campfire one night. In a village. We do a campfire in a village. In Turkey. In rural Turkey. In the middle. It's not the tourist zone in Turkey. This is Şanlıurfa, one of the oldest regions in our human history. This is where they find the oldest stuff, is in this region. So we can just sit here and explore for miles in every direction. And you find, look at all this pottery. Like, for example, I find pottery like this. Who knows how old this pottery is, man? This could be 500,000 years old. And it's everywhere. This place is so historic that you cannot walk without finding something. You cannot walk without tripping over some ancient ruins, some pottery from the Greeks, some pottery from the Islamic era, some coins, some ancient arrowheads that are probably like 11,000 years old. It's okay. I work with the government there. And this retreat is actually put on by the government. They have a tourist program called Visit Urfa. You can follow them on Instagram, Visit Urfa. I work with a guy called Ramazan, and he puts on an amazing retreat. I did one already, and it's seriously like we go on a boat, and the boat, we're playing music. We have like bunch of amazing fruits. There's a sunken city, and like the city has like the roofs and like the tower of a mosque hanging out of the water. You can get out and swim on the roof of the mosque because everything's underwater, and you can stand on the roof and like, you know, you still have some like, it's shallow enough that you can stand on the roof. It's really cool. You guys would really, really like it. It was really amazing, and I think you should go. You guys, it's 4:20. Let me hit this pen. $4:20 in the morning. Man, my sleep schedule's fucked up. I gotta eat some food because like I didn't eat breakfast and I slept all day in the US time. And this is like dinner time for me in Bangkok, where I've been the last month. So I gotta go make some food, you guys. I'm starving over here. This has been a 4-hour live stream. I really appreciate it. If any of you guys want to go through and clip some of this out for me and send it to me, I'd really appreciate it. I'd really, really, I know some of you guys are on Instagram. You're making reels. You're making TikToks. Go through this and find some funny parts and clip it for me. And then send it to me so I can upload. I'll tag you on Instagram. I've got like 100,000 followers on Instagram. You'll get some followers for it. I'll tag your name. I'll say, thanks for making this video for me. Follow my homie because they make these cool clips. So do that for me, someone, please. I appreciate it. One of you guys in here are a wizard at that stuff. I know it. A clip is like a minute long or 2 minutes long. Mostly a minute, right? I think that's what like TikToks and Reels are, mostly like a minute or 2 minutes. Anyways, thanks for chatting with me, guys. It's time for me to go get some food. I appreciate you all. Love you very much. Stay free. Stay happy. Do something beautiful, which means do whatever you want, because whatever you do is beautiful. Peace and love, mother flipper. Subscribe. Turn on notifications if they're not already on. Turn on like the little bell. The bell. Turn it on, please. I love you. Peace.